Chapter 386. Seeing this statue, Yi Xian was stunned, because this statue was exactly the same as the person who taught him the sword-drawing technique. Could it be that this person was the one who founded the sword sect? Yi Xian walked up to the statue. Below the statue, there was a line of words. Unfortunately, it was already blurred, and he couldn't make out what was written. At this time, Xiaolinger suddenly flew out. Yi Xian looked at Xiaolinger. But Xiaolinger raised her head to look at the little fellow on the statue's shoulder. Looking at the little fellow, Xiaolinger's eyes were filled with curiosity. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian asked softly. Xiaolinger looked at the little fellow for a long time. Finally, she grinned and turned around to return to the prison pagoda. Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to leave when the sword at the top of the pagoda suddenly trembled. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the statue in front of him. He knew that the owner of this statue was the owner of the sword in the pagoda. Yi Xian was suddenly curious. He was curious about the owner of the other sword, because he had seen the owners of the sword in the middle and the rightmost swords. What kind of person was the owner of the leftmost sword? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian turned around and left. These people were all peerless swordsmen. Their strength was beyond his scope of understanding. What he should be thinking about now was how to become stronger. Yi Xian continued walking. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Soon, he came to a dilapidated hall. The hall was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there was an unpleasant moldy smell everywhere. At the front of the hall was a statue that looked exactly like the one outside. But this statue was clean, and without a speck of dust. Yi Xian walked in front of the statue. At this time, he suddenly turned his head. On his right, a hunchbacked old man was looking at him. There was a living person. Yi Xian was shocked, and his left hand gripped his sword tightly. The hunchbacked old man glanced at Yi Xian, then walked up to the statue. He bowed deeply, then took out a piece of cloth and started wiping the statue. Yi Xian said softly, "Senior?" The hunchbacked old man asked. "Are you a swordsman?" Yi Xian nodded. The hunchbacked elder stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "It's been many years since anyone came here," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Senior, what exactly happened here?" The hunchbacked old man said softly. "Haven't you already seen the results?" Yi Xian looked at the statue. He was so powerful, so why did his sect end up like this? "I hope." The hunchbacked old man suddenly sneered. "If he was here, would my sect have fallen to such a state?" Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. "What do you mean?" The hunchbacked old man said softly. "I don't know where he went." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The owner of this statue should have left this world a long time ago. That's right. If he was still here, this sect wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The hunchbacked old man suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Young man, what are you here for?" Yi Xian said. "To search for treasures." The hunchbacked old man was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so direct. He looked at Yi Xian and then fell silent. Yi Xian said, "Since senior is still here, then this junior will take his leave." Saying so, he turned and left. If there was no one here, he would have looked around to see if there were any treasures. But since someone was here, he could only give up. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, the hunchbacked old man suddenly said, "Wait, Yi Xian, this chapter is not finished, please flip the page." He stopped and turned to look at the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man fell silent for a moment. In the next moment, he suddenly pointed with a finger, and a ray of sword light slashed towards Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he didn't think too much about it. He drew his sword and slashed. Bang! The ray of sword light shattered. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. "You drew your sword just now. How do you know this sword technique?" Yi Xian said, "A senior taught it to me." The hunchbacked old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Is it him?" Yi Xian nodded. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian for a long time. In the end he smiled. "Heaven's will, it really is heaven's will." Yi Xian was speechless. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian. "Follow me." Saying so, he turned and walked out. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and followed him. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to arrive in front of a small river. The water was clear, and there were countless fist-sized pebbles at the bottom of the river. Yi Xian looked at the hunchbacked old man with a puzzled expression. The latter spoke softly. The river of sword intent is the place where the experts of my sword sect have comprehended. The sword intent of my sword sect's experts is gathered in the river. When he spoke up to this point, he looked at Yi Xian. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Thank you, senior. At this point, he paused for a moment and asked, why? The hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Since he passed down that sword skill to you, it proves that you're fated with my sword sect. Now the sword sect of our world has already declined. If no one inherits these things, then they'll really disappear completely. You have the right to inherit it. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, no matter what, I thank you. The hunchbacked old man grinned and left. Yi Xian walked over to the river and sat down cross-legged. It didn't take long for two types of sword intent to appear around him. Good and evil sword intent. As soon as they appeared, the river suddenly seethed. At the same time, countless sword intents surged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned. What are they trying to do? Right at this moment, Yi Xian was shocked because he noticed that the sword intents in the river were actually trying to devour his sword intent. Hostility. As soon as his sword intent appeared, the sword intents in the river clearly felt threatened. Yi Xian was about to withdraw his sword intent, but his evil sword intent suddenly charged towards the river. It didn't take long for the evil sword intent to devour the sword intents in a frenzy. At the same time, the sword intents in the river were retaliating madly. They were fighting each other. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Soon, Yi Xian realized that the evil sword intent couldn't hold on any longer. There were too many sword intents in the tower, and they were all very strong. Therefore, the evil sword intent was having a hard time resisting. Fortunately, these sword intents were ownerless. Otherwise, the evil sword intent would probably be defeated in an instant. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed a strand of the good sword intent and said angrily, why aren't you helping? Because from the beginning until now, the good sword intent had been watching from the side and had no intention of helping. This was too disloyal. After being scolded by Yi Xian, the good sword intent hurriedly rushed over to help. After all, Yi Xian was its master, and it didn't dare to disobey him. After the good sword intent joined in, the situation gradually changed. However, the good and evil sword intent was still a little difficult, because there were too many sword intents in the river. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, devour the weaker ones first, starting from the weakest. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the good and evil sword intent began to devour the weaker sword intents. Just like that, 2 days passed, and the number of sword intents in the river decreased. To Yi Xian's surprise, his 2 sword intents had become stronger after devouring those sword intents. Seeing this, Yi Xian was a little excited. Just like that, about 3 days later, there were only 2 sword intents left in the river. They were Yi Xian's good and evil sword intent. And now, after devouring countless sword intents, Yi Xian discovered that his sword intent was at least several times stronger than before. This discovery made Yi Xian overjoyed. Sword immortals were divided into small sword immortals and great sword immortals. And now, he should be a great sword immortal. Now if he used the fairy spirit sword draw to determine life and death, and these 2 sword intents, ordinary origin realm experts wouldn't be able to resist him at all. At this moment, the hunchbacked old man came in front of Yi Xian. The hunchbacked old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. You should be a great sword immortal now, right? Yi Xian nodded. I should be. The hunchbacked old man said softly. This old man would like to ask for your help, young friend. Yi Xian said. Senior, please tell me. The hunchbacked old man looked around and said softly. Young friend, if you meet someone who will teach you sword skills in the future, please tell him that the ones who destroyed the sword sect back then were the Saha tribe. This tribe is in the Saha Star region. Yi Xian nodded. If I meet them, I will definitely tell them this. The hunchbacked old man faintly smiled. During the war back then, all the valuables in the sect were taken away. However, there is still an item in the main hall. This item is called the Sword Courage Stone. It is very useful to you now, so you can take it." With that, his body gradually became illusory. Yi Xian was silent. Actually, he could tell from the beginning that the hunchbacked old man was a soul body, and only a strand of soul body. Strictly speaking, the old man was already dead. Soon, the hunchbacked old man completely disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian bowed slightly, then turned around and left. He came to the hall from before, and in the hall, he found the Sword Courage Stone that the hunchbacked old man had mentioned. This Sword Courage Stone is only the size of a palm. It's just right for me. Yi Xian discovered that when he held the Sword Courage Stone, an extremely powerful sword intent suddenly surged out of the Sword Courage Stone and gathered on his arm. This sword intent was no weaker than his good and evil sword intent. Good stuff. Yi Xian was a little excited. With this Sword Courage Stone, it meant that his sword skills would be enhanced by 3 sword intents. Fight. Now he just wanted to find someone to fight with. As if he thought of something, he suddenly said, "Vicious Jian, come out, let's fight one-on-one." Jian's Zai said calmly, "Come in." Yi Xian snorted coldly, "Come in then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" With that, he was about to go in. But at this moment, the god on the second floor suddenly appeared in front of him. Then the god on the second floor slapped him on the head. Bang! Yi Xian flew out. Yi Xian was speechless. The god on the second floor looked coldly at Yi Xian, who was on the ground in the distance. "Go in? Are you a pig brain? If you go in, that woman can kill you with just a breath." Yi Xian was a little dissatisfied. "Please, I'm also very strong now, okay?" The god on the second floor said calmly. "Is that so? Then let me see how strong you are." After saying that, she disappeared directly. Yi Xian was a little confused. What did she mean? In the next moment, his expression changed greatly, and he suddenly turned around. An instant later, he raised his hands. "I surrender." End of this chapter. Chapter 387. In front of Yi Xian was an ugly exotic beast. This exotic beast was exactly the same as the corpse of the exotic beast on the 3rd floor of the prison pagoda. One had to know that even the second-floor guru was extremely fearful of the exotic beast that was already a corpse. Now there was a living one in front of him. How could he not be fearful? The exotic beast stared at Yi Xian. Its eyeballs were spinning. It was a very strange sight. However, it did not make a move. Yi Xian slowly retreated. With every step he took, the exotic beast would take a step forward. Yi Xian had no choice but to stop. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What are you going to do?" At this time, the exotic beast's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian's abdomen. In the next moment, it charged directly at Yi Xian. An extremely strange aura was emitting from its body. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed. He turned and ran. Yi Xian's speed was very fast. However, the exotic beast's speed was not slow either. It kept chasing after Yi Xian. Gradually, Yi Xian realized that if he continued to run like this, the exotic beast would catch up to him sooner or later. Because the exotic beast's speed seemed to be a little faster than his. Yi Xian stopped. He turned and drew his sword and slashed. The sword in his hand was the immortal spirit sword. The sword slashed down. Boom! The exotic beast was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet away. However, Yi Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. Because the exotic beast seemed to be completely fine after taking a blow from his sword. How could it be so terrifying? In the distance, the exotic beast roared at Yi Xian. Then it charged at Yi Xian again. Yi Xian turned and ran. As he ran, Yi Xian hurriedly asked in his heart, "Second floor guru, why is this fellow chasing after me so relentlessly?" Second floor guru said calmly, "Don't you think you're very powerful? Hit him." Yi Xian was speechless. The distance between man and beast was getting shorter and shorter. Yi Xian's face darkened. If this continued, he would be caught sooner or later. He couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could he outrun him. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly changed his direction. To that round mountain. Now, he could only go to the round mountain to look for the tall man. Because the other party had said that he could look for him if there was any danger. Him. At this moment, the exotic beast behind him roared as if it had gone mad. At the same time, it sped up a lot. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He quickly stopped, turned around, drew his sword and slashed down. That strange beast did not dodge, and directly crashed into Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The strange beast was instantly sent flying, and Yi Xian himself also retreated rapidly. This time, he retreated more than 1,000 feet. After he stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. That blow just now had directly damaged his entire body, including his 5 internal organs. Not only that, but there was also a strange aura that was entangled around his body, constantly eroding him. Fortunately, he had the chaotic qi to resist, or he would have been dead. Yi Xian found that the chaotic qi could only barely resist that strange aura. In the distance, the strange beast was still unharmed. Not only that, but it was even more manic. Soon, the strange beast chased after Yi Xian again. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he turned to run. At this moment, he realized that he really couldn't beat the other party. If he used the Prism Pagoda, he might be able to give it a try. However, once he used the Prism Pagoda, it would be even more troublesome, because that Jian Zizai in the pagoda would definitely be more troublesome than this guy in front of him. Now he could only go to that round mountain as soon as possible to find the tall man. Now, he could only go to that round mountain as soon as possible to find the tall man. Yi Xian sped up, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a dense forest. However, he'd just arrived before the forest when he suddenly stopped, because he noticed that the strange beast behind him had stopped first. Yi Xian turned around to look at the strange beast. The strange beast was looking at the forest behind him, and there was fear in its eyes. Fear. Yi Xian's face sank. There's something in the forest behind me. He turned around and glanced at the forest before him. The trees were very large, very long, and they were all crooked and twisted. The entire forest seemed like a ball of string that had been knotted. It was slightly strange. Yi Xian didn't dare advance any further. Since he'd arrived at this minor world, he'd noticed that nothing here was so simple, and he had to be careful. When it saw Yi Xian stop, the strange beast in the distance roared furiously at Yi Xian, and this roar caused the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet to crack apart. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This guy was really strong. However, the strange beast still didn't dare to approach. Seeing this, Yi Xian walked to the side, preparing to slip away, but the strange beast followed him closely. Yi Xian's face sank. This guy wasn't going to give up. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Second floor guru, is there anything wrong with the forest behind me?" The second floor guru said indifferently, "Won't you know once you go in?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Senior, this place is very strange. I'm afraid I won't be able to come out if I go in." The second floor guru said, "You solve it yourself." After that, the second floor was completely silent. Yi Xian. Just like that, the man and the beast were in a stalemate for about an hour. At this time, the sky turned dark. There was silence all around. Yi Xian's scalp was a little numb. Originally, he naturally wasn't afraid of the night, but the situation was different now. There was this strange beast in front of him, and there was a strange forest behind him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. At this time, a subtle sound suddenly came from the forest behind Yi Xian. This sound was similar to the sound of footsteps, like the sound of feet stepping on leaves. Hearing this sound, Yi Xian's face changed, and the strange beast opposite him slowly retreated. Something's up. Yi Xian also retreated, and as he retreated, the strange beast stopped. It stared at Yi Xian, and its body kept wriggling on the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble. Obviously, it wanted to block Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face sank, and the next moment, he directly rushed towards the strange beast. Damn, he couldn't stand this. If he were to die, he had to drag the strange beast down with him. At the moment when Yi Xian suddenly rushed out, the strange beast opposite him suddenly let out a strange cry, then turned around and ran. However, before it could run a few steps, it suddenly fell to the ground. Yi Xian was stunned. "Be careful." At this time, the second floor guru's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" The second floor guru didn't respond. Yi Xian didn't ask anymore. He walked to the strange beast's corpse. At this moment, the strange beast was still alive, and its body was still wriggling. And Yi Xian noticed that there was a wound on the strange beast's throat. Something was making a move on this strange beast. And he saw nothing. Without a doubt, that unknown existence was definitely not something he could fight against. Yi Xian didn't even think about it, and directly ran away. And as soon as he took a step, the strange beast's corpse behind him disappeared. At the same time, a blurry black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him, accompanied by a strange laugh. Yi Xian stopped, and he glanced around coldly. There was nothing around him, and he knew that the unknown thing was around him. Even that strange beast could be killed in an instant. Obviously, the other party's strength was far beyond his. Facing such an existence, he couldn't use force, he could only use his wits. Yi Xian didn't speak. He waved his right hand, and a sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The sword at the top of the tower. When this sword appeared, a powerful sword aura immediately appeared in the surroundings. Can you change your move? At this time, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. Is it interesting to use this move to scare me? Yi Xian said coldly. It's none of your business. Jian Zizai is vicious. Let me tell you, if I die, I will definitely detonate the prison tower before I die and die with you. Jian Zizai sneered. Detonate this tower? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to this woman. He looked around, and it was very quiet. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then put away the sword, turned around and ran. But soon, he found that no matter how he ran, he was still in the same place. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. The other party was not going to let him go. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, can you come out for a chat? There was no response. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. The other party didn't kill him from the number 1 family. Obviously, the other party didn't want to kill him yet. Since they didn't want to kill him, the other party must have some purpose. Time passed bit by bit, and just as dawn was about to break, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian couldn't see the other party's true appearance at all. The blurry figure suddenly moved, and soon, a woman made of energy appeared in front of Yi Xian. This woman was none other than the woman in the plain dress. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned. It was the woman in the plain dress again. Could it be that the woman in the plain dress had some sort of relationship with this guy? The blurry figure suddenly pointed at Yi Xian, and then at the woman in the plain dress. Obviously, it was asking Yi Xian if he knew the woman in the plain dress. Yi Xian hurriedly said, I know her. I'm very familiar with her, very familiar. At this moment, the blurry figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He drew his sword and slashed forward. With this slash, a sword light directly tore through space. A sword strike with all his strength. However, as soon as Yi Xian's sword slashed down, his entire body flew backward. This time, he flew directly back into the dense forest, and finally landed heavily on a tree. At the same time, branches directly wrapped around him. Yi Xian's mind was a little confused. What was going on? At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded in the prison pagoda. This time you're finished. Outside the prison pagoda, the blurry figure appeared not far in front of Yi Xian. He moved slightly, and the next moment, a somewhat low voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Where is she? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Why are you looking for her? A voice that sounded like the roar of a wild beast suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. I'm going to tear her into 1,000 pieces. It's over. Yi Xian's face turned pale. So this guy had a grudge against the woman in the plain dress. Chapter 388. There's enmity between them. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. He'd thought that he'd be able to get out of this predicament, but he hadn't expected that there was enmity between them. I'm finished. Meanwhile, the blurry figure suddenly floated over to Yi Xian. Even though it was so close, Yi Xian was still unable to see it clearly. What exactly is it? Yi Xian was quite curious. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Where is she? The voice had calmed down quite a bit. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I don't know where she is either. Why do you possess her sword? The voice resounded once more. Yi Xian replied, I obtained it by chance. The mysterious voice spoke coldly. Let her come. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, She isn't in this starfield right now. Let me go. And I'll ask her to come look for you once she comes looking for me. How about it? Meanwhile, the branches suddenly shrank, and Yi Xian instantly felt as if his entire body was about to explode. This fellow is going to attack me. Yi Xian hurriedly said, You can't defeat the old, so you attack the young? I look down on you. Suddenly the branches stopped. A short moment later, the branches around Yi Xian suddenly vanished, and Yi Xian regained his freedom. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. The mysterious voice said, I won't bully her juniors. If she comes looking for you in the future, tell her to come look for me here. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I'll definitely tell her that. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice spoke abruptly. Since you're her heir, then why are you so weak? Yi Xian's face darkened when he heard this. I'm only around the age of 20 now. Could I possibly defy the heavens at such an age? The mysterious voice fell silent for a moment, and then it didn't take long for him to appear in front of Yi Xian again. At this moment, Yi Xian saw his appearance clearly. He was very similar to a human, yet there were differences. His ears were very sharp, his body was slender, and his entire body seemed as if it was formed from dark energy. Dark Devil Man. At this time, the voice of the Almighty on the second floor suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Dark Devil? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What do you mean? The god on the second floor said calmly, an ancient race that was once famous and extremely powerful. However, for some unknown reason, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect to meet an ancient demon here. When she spoke up to this point, she paused for a moment before she continued. This world isn't simple at all. The tall man you encountered in the belly of the mountain was probably from the giant race, and he was once an extremely famous race. Unfortunately, he vanished mysteriously in the end. Yi Xian was about to speak when the dark devil man in front of him suddenly said, Human, let me ask you something. Is she stronger or am I stronger? Yi Xian was stunned. Asked this question. In his opinion, the dark devil man before him was very strong, very, very strong. However, the woman in the plain dress was even stronger. The mysterious woman's strength was unreasonably strong. Moreover, what he saw was only a clone of the woman in the plain dress. It was hard for him to imagine how strong the woman in the plain dress was. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. He thought for a moment before he said, I know a little about her, but I don't know much about you. So I don't know who is stronger. The dark devil man was silent for a moment before he said, Go. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, What happened to this world? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. How did it end up like this? The dark devil man waved his right hand. Soon, a light screen appeared in front of Yi Xian. Inside the light screen was this world. Suddenly there was a sudden change. The sky above this world darkened. Then, a black warship that almost covered the sky appeared in this world. Soon, black shadows flew down from the sky one after another. Strange beasts. These black shadows were the kind of strange beasts he had seen before. Soon, Yi Xian saw the people of this world begin to fight back. Among them, there were Swordsman, Giant Race, and Dark Devil Man. It was horrifying, because the powerhouses of this world were directly crushed. The strange beasts were extremely ferocious, and they were so strong that the powerhouses of this world felt despair. Just as this world was about to be completely destroyed, a woman in a plain dress suddenly appeared on the black warship. The woman glanced down, and her divine sense swept the surroundings, as if she was looking for something. As for the intense battle below, she did not even spare a glance at it. A moment later, the woman withdrew her gaze and slowly closed her eyes. She said softly, Where are you? She had crossed countless galaxies and visited countless worlds just to find that one person. How difficult was it to find a person in the vast galaxies? It had been 30,000 years. A whole 30,000 years. The woman opened her eyes, and looked towards the end of the horizon with a slightly dazed look in her eyes. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress seemed so lonely. A moment later, the woman was about to leave. At that moment, a huge strange beast suddenly appeared above her. The strange beast was extremely big, at least 100 times bigger than the one Yi Xian had seen. It simply blotted out the sky. The strange beast looked down at the woman in the plain dress with a trace of fear in its eyes. "Woman, you're very powerful." The woman in the plain dress glanced at the strange beast and did not say anything. She continued to float towards the horizon. It had been ignored. The strange beast flew into a rage. It roared furiously at the woman in the plain dress. But right at this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly turned her head. Her gaze was very calm, or it should be said to be indifferent. It was like a human looking at an ant. That gaze made the strange beast very uncomfortable. It roared at the woman in the plain dress, and a strange aura swept towards the woman in the plain dress. Wherever the strange aura passed, space was directly wiped out. The woman in the plain dress looked at the strange beast coldly. In the next moment, she opened her right hand, and an illusory sword suddenly appeared above the strange beast's head. She flipped her right hand and pressed it down. The sword fell. Chi. The strange beast in the distance was directly pierced by this sword. At the same time, the sword fell straight down and landed on the black warship. Boom! The black warship suddenly shattered and countless strange beasts died. In the air, the huge strange beast's body became illusory. It looked at the woman in the plain dress blankly. "I didn't know you were so strong." After saying that, it directly turned into nothingness. In the air, the woman in the plain dress was about to leave. Suddenly, she looked down and frowned. "That guy." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Soon, she arrived above the dense forest where Yi Xian was. From the looks of it, she was probably just passing by. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky from within the dense forest. The scene suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked in front of him. This chapter is not finished, please flip the page. Needless to say, when the woman in the plain dress passed by this forest, something must have happened. In front of Yi Xian, the dark demon said, "This is what happened in this world." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand. If she comes to find me, I will tell her to come here. Of course, whether she comes or not is up to her. However, I will definitely pass on your message." The dark demon said, "All right." Yi Xian nodded and turned to leave. He did not know what happened between the woman in the plain dress and the dark demon race when she passed by here. However, he was sure that the woman in the plain dress would not find trouble with others first. After all, she would not care about ordinary things. No matter what happened, it had nothing to do with him. Yi Xian prepared to leave this world because it was too dangerous. He did not want to continue wandering here. Soon, Yi Xian came to the starry sky. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. High Firmament sect leader Mo Yanxiao. Mo Yanxiao looked at Yi Xian. "My High Firmament sect disciples were killed by you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No," Mo Yanxiao said coldly. "Your Dao-E College students were with my High Firmament sect disciples. Your Dao-E College students all walked out alive, but not a single one of my High Firmament sect disciples did." Yi Xian said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with me." Mo Yanxiao's eyes narrowed, his expression unfriendly. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. "Sect leader Mo, your disciples disappeared down there. Do you think that I, Yi Xian, have the ability to kill them all alone?" Mo Yanxiao was silent. As far as he was concerned, Yi Xian could not possibly kill all the High Firmament sect disciples alone. As if thinking of something, he looked at Yi Xian. "But you should know how they died." Yi Xian smiled. "If Senior wants to know, you can go down and investigate yourself. You will know the answer. I still have things to do, and will not accompany you." With that, he rode on his sword and disappeared into the distance. Where he stood, Mo Yanxiao was silent for a moment before flying downwards. Before long, sounds of fighting could be heard from below. Yi Xian returned to Dao-E City and went to the old blacksmith shop. At this moment, the blacksmith shop that he had repaired was in ruins. Something had happened. Yi Xian's face darkened as he hurriedly contacted Yun Sheng. However, there was no reply. At that moment, Grand Elder suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian was about to speak when Grand Elder said solemnly, "Follow me." With that, Grand Elder brought Yi Xian back to Daoyi College. Within the Daoyi Hall, all the elders and mentors of Daoyi College were present. Yi Xian asked solemnly, "Grand Elder, did something happen?" Grand Elder nodded. "Yun Sheng has been taken away by the Yun family. They want us to hand you over to Daoyi College. Apart from that, the Duga family from Tianyu Domain has also sent someone over to demand that we hand you over within 3 days. Otherwise, they will use force." "Duga family?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What kind of family is this? I've never heard of it." Grand Elder glanced at Yi Xian. "Are you sure you've never heard of it?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm sure," Grand Elder said solemnly. "You are from the Yi family of Qingcheng. But where is your mother?" "Mother?" Yi Xian was struck dumb when he had heard that. She was from the Duga family? Inside the hall, Yi Xian fell silent. End of chapter. Chapter 389. The image of that woman in his mind was becoming more and more blurry. Or rather, he was slowly forgetting about her. Hate. It would be a lie to say that he did not hate her. He was only 12 years old when she left. Because of her sudden departure, he and his sister had almost died in the Yi mansion. That was why he had never thought of looking for her all these years. Now her clansmen were here to look for him. The Grand Elder glanced at Yi Xian. "If you don't want to return to the Duga family, Daoyi Academy will protect you until the end. If you want to return, we won't stop you. However, the Duga family might not have good intentions by asking you to return." Yi Xian frowned. "Bad intentions? What do you mean, Grand Elder?" The Grand Elder said in a low voice, "I'm guessing they're after the treasure you have." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Can I meet them?" The Grand Elder nodded. "I'll make the arrangements." Yi Xian bowed and left. The Grand Elder sighed in the hall. "He's a good seedling indeed. It's a pity that he has a great treasure on him. I'm afraid Daoyi Academy won't be able to protect him." An old man nodded. "Indeed. If he stays in Daoyi Academy will be doomed." Everyone in the hall fell silent. Since the beginning, many people had come to Daoyi Academy to look for Yi Xian. Daoyi Academy had fended off many people for Yi Xian, including the Yin family and the Duga family. If not for Daoyi Academy, the two families would have gone to look for Yi Xian. They knew that Daoyi Academy would not be able to hold out for long. The treasure on the top of the interstellar bounty board was too tempting for many forces. At this moment, the Great Elder stood up and sighed in a low voice. "I wonder if the dean will come back." Everyone in the hall smiled bitterly when they heard this. The director had not been in the academy for a few years. Yi Xian returned to his wooden house. At this moment, Ming Kuan and the others were waiting for him. Ming Kuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Xian return safely. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Why are you guys here?" Ming Kuan said solemnly, "Brother Yi, I got news that there are 2 forces outside who seem to be looking for you. Some of them came with ill intentions." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Brother Mingkuan is quite well informed. There are indeed some forces looking for me. But it doesn't matter, I can deal with them." Mingkuan glanced at Yi Xian. "If you need any help, just tell me." At the side, Xiao Gu also nodded. "If we want to fight, our inner courtyard students have never been afraid of anyone." Yi Xian nodded. "If there's a fight, I'll definitely call you guys." Xiao Gu laughed. "Then it's settled." Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, Come. Tonight, we brothers of the Xiao men will have a good gathering." Not long after, the sound of laughter came from inside the house. In the middle of the night, Yi Xian walked out of the wooden house. He sat on the stone steps in front of the wooden house and looked up at the sky. A bright moon hung high in the night sky. Yi Xian sat there quietly. After a while, Ming Kuan walked out and sat beside Yi Xian. Ming Kuan looked at Yi Xian. "The ones who came looking for you are the Duga family and the Yin family. Do you know these 2 families?" Yi Xian shook his head. Ming Kuan said in a deep voice, "In the heaven domain, there are some powerful families. The Duga family is one of them. They are extremely powerful and influential. Especially hundreds of years ago, the entire heaven domain, even the Wei Yang Palace, had to be wary of them. Over the years, the Duga family's talents have withered, and there are no particularly outstanding monstrous geniuses. However, their foundation is still there. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. My Dao Yi Academy can't resist them, unless the Dao Yi Academy from Ancestor Mu's era could resist them. But now, if they really fight to the death, the Dao Yi Academy has no chance of winning. Yi Xian said softly. What about the Yin family? Ming Kuan said. The Yin family is a blacksmith family. They have a high status in the heaven domain. Many forces look for them to blacksmith, even the Wei Yang Palace. Although they are not as powerful as the Duga family, their connections are not something the Duga family can compare with. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. In other words, I can only die? Ming Kuan was silent for a while. Then he said, Brother Yi, since these two forces are against you, you must have something extraordinary, right? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. What do you mean by extraordinary? You should have heard that I have a treasure with me. With this treasure, I will be in a lot of trouble for the rest of my life. Ming Kuan nodded slightly. He looked at Yi Xian and asked, Brother Yi, that treasure is really with you? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Ming Kuan smiled bitterly. Brother Yi has a great fortune. However, with such a treasure, I'm afraid there will be a lot of troubles. When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly and continued. Now, we can only see if the academy is able to withstand the pressure from these two forces. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. The first elder came to the bamboo house when it was daybreak. Yi Xian stood up and said with a smile, Let's go. The first elder nodded. And then he led Yi Xian to a tea house in Daoyi City. In the tea house, Yi Xian saw an old man. The old man was dressed in a luxurious brocade robe and wore a white jade ring on the finger of his right hand. On the white jade ring, there were two small words, Dugu. Two black-robed men stood behind the old man. The first elder led Yi Xian to the old man. Meanwhile, the old man's gaze descended onto Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian and said, A sword immortal below the age of 20, and his combat strength far surpasses ordinary sword immortals. As expected of the Duga blood. Yi Xian smiled. I wonder how many sword immortals there are in the Duga family? The old man said indifferently, There are no sword immortals in the younger generation. Yi Xian's smile grew brighter. Then what does my becoming a sword immortal have to do with the Duga bloodline? The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and his gaze turned cold. The atmosphere here instantly became quite tense. A short while later, the old man spoke indifferently. Old man, I didn't come here to argue with you. Hand it over, and follow me back to the Duga family. His tone was indisputable. Yi Xian smiled. What if I refuse? The old man laughed coldly. You can give it a try. Let's see if Dao Yi Academy can protect you. The Grand Elder spoke abruptly. Your Excellency, his natural talent is at the top even in the heaven domain. Why can't the Duga family accept him? The old man fell silent. Actually, the Duga family had investigated Yi Xian, and they were quite shocked by Yi Xian's natural talent. It was naturally a good thing for the Duga family, if such a person were to stay in the Duga family. However, no one in the entire Duga family dared to keep Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian's mother was still imprisoned in the infernal hell. Not only that, but because of Yi Xian's mother, the other super family in the heaven domain, the Gu family, was still brooding over it. If the Duga family accepted Yi Xian, they would definitely offend the Gu family. Moreover, the Duga family was afraid that once Yi Xian grew up, he would turn against the family. The Duga family did not want to nurture a tiger. Therefore, the more monstrous Yi Xian was, the more the Duga family feared him, and the more worried they were. The old man recollected his thoughts, glanced at Yi Xian, and said calmly, Hand over that thing and follow me back to the Duga family, and you might be able to live. Still alive. Hearing this, the head elder frowned. Is there something wrong with the Duga clan's head? A genius like Yi Xian, if they could keep him in the family and nurture him well, he would definitely become a super expert in the future. However, the Duga family actually wanted to kill him. In front of the old man, Yi Xian smiled. Actually, you know very well that if I go back with you, I will die. Or rather, I would rather die than live. Am I right? The old man looked coldly at Yi Xian. I understand what you mean. As he spoke, he stood up. Watch carefully. The Dawi Academy will not be able to protect you and your sister. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up, and he grinned. What, you're dragging my sister into this? The old man laughed coldly. Both of you will not be able to escape. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was a very spiritual sword, and this sword was a combination of life and death with the sword drawing technique. As soon as the sword was drawn, the entire tea house collapsed. Not only the tea house, but even the surrounding space cracked. No one had expected Yi Xian to suddenly attack, especially the old man in the brocade robe. Therefore, he only reacted when Yi Xian's sword slashed down. At this moment, it was already too late. Therefore, he could only instinctively wave his right hand, trying to block Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian's sword fell. Boom! A silhouette flew out instantly. This time, he flew a full 300 meters away. Wherever this silhouette passed by, the houses would collapse layer by layer. This figure was the old man in the brocade robe. Hundreds of feet away, the old man in the brocade robe had just stopped when his physical body cracked. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet also cracked. The old man in the brocade robe glanced at his own soul, and he was extremely shocked. His physical body had been destroyed by a young man with one sword. One sword. The young man had destroyed his physical body with one sword. What kind of monster was this? The old man in the brocade robe looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and his heart churned like waves. It was not just the old man in the brocade robe, but even the Grand Elder was stunned. He knew that Yi Xian was extremely powerful, and could even easily defeat Origin Realm experts. However, he had never thought that Yi Xian's strength would increase to such a level in such a short amount of time. After all, the old man in the brocade robe was in existence on the same level as him. However, he had not been able to take on Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, Yi Xian walked towards the old man with his sword in hand. He had a smile on his face, but it was a rather horrifying smile. Gradually, his smile became rather vicious. He pointed his sword at the old man in the brocade robe. What Duga family? How dare you set your sights on my sister? I'll tell you right now. I will not let you live under the same sky as me. With that, he disappeared on the spot. To Yi Xian, his sister would always be his reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. Chapter 390. The old man, who was already a soul, stared at Yi Xian with a ferocious look. Yi Xian, you are courting death. You. As he spoke, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, was already charging towards him. The old man's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down. At the same time, he waved his hands, and a powerful soul force swept towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian thrust his sword out. The soul force disappeared as soon as the sword stabbed out. At the same time, the sword easily pierced the old man's forehead. A single stab. Yi Xian's stab could be said to be a natural counter to all kinds of souls. The whole place fell silent. The brocade-robed elder's soul was dissipating at an extremely fast speed. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. You, how could you be so strong? Yi Xian did not answer the old man. He turned to look at the other two black-robed men. Their expressions changed and they turned to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian disappeared from where he was. 15 minutes later, the two black-robed men were lying on the ground. The great elder glanced at Yi Xian, but did not say a word. Yi Xian said softly, Great Elder, I want to leave Dawi Academy. The great elder said solemnly, We can hold on. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. There's no need to drag the entire Dawi Academy down for me. Moreover, I have a powerful treasure with me. Not only the Duga family, but many others will come after me. As long as I'm here, Dawi Academy will never have peace. The great elder fell silent. As Yi Xian had said, as long as Yi Xian was around, Dawi Academy would never have peace. If it had been Mu Dao Yi's era, Dawi Academy might have been able to protect Yi Xian. But now, in all fairness, Daoyi Academy couldn't protect Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, "Grand Elder, my younger sister?" The Great Elder said solemnly, "She's with the dean, and we don't know where they are." Yi Xian nodded. "After I leave Daoyi Academy, I'll attract the attention of the Duga family. They won't come looking for trouble." As he spoke, he bowed slightly to the Great Elder. "I am indebted to the Academy for taking care of me during this period of time. Yi Xian thanks you. Grand Elder, we'll meet again someday." With that, he turned around and left. "Where are you going?" the first elder suddenly asked. Yi Xian stopped. "Great Elder, did the Yin family bring Senior Yin Sheng back to the Heaven region?" Yin Sheng shook his head. "No. They're still in Daoyi City. They want us to hand you over to Daoyi Academy." Yi Xian nodded. "When you return, Great Elder, you can announce to the public that I, Yi Xian, am no longer a student of Daoyi Academy." With that, he disappeared into the horizon. Where he was, the Grand Elder sighed in a low voice. In fact, he wanted Yi Xian to stay, because the strength Yi Xian had displayed was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made his heart palpitate. A genius like this might bring Daoyi Academy back to its former glory, but he knew very well that Daoyi Academy would be destroyed before that day came. A moment later, the Great Elder shook his head with a sigh and left. After Yi Xian left Daoyi Academy, he went to Daoyi City. Yi Xian walked into a restaurant. As soon as he arrived in front of the restaurant, an old man appeared in front of him. On the left side of the old man's chest was a small, Yin character. The Yin family. The old man looked at. "This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page." He glanced at Yi Xian and sneered. "Someone like you is worthy of inheriting the Yin family's blacksmithing skills?" Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Slash! Without any warning, the old man's head flew off his neck. It was an instant kill. Yi Xian walked into the restaurant. In the restaurant, he saw Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng's entire body was bound by unknown black iron chains. His face was pale, and his breath was very weak. Yun Sheng glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, and the iron chains were immediately shattered. Yi Xian walked up to Yun Sheng and said softly, "Master, let's go." Then, he carried Yun Sheng on his back and walked out of the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, a middle-aged man blocked his way. Yun Sheng suddenly said, "Yun Long, one of the Yin family's 4 protectors." The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xian and shook his head. "Cousin, you have poor taste. How can you take a fancy to someone without a blacksmithing bone?" Yun Sheng was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly dashed forward and slashed with his sword. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and waved his right hand. A long saber slashed out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the middle-aged man retreated several dozen feet. As soon as the middle-aged man stopped, a sword suddenly flashed in front of him. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively dodged to the side. However, he was still too slow. Slash! The middle-aged man's right arm flew off. Several dozen feet away, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian with a grave expression. At this moment, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Yi Xian was about to continue when Yun Sheng suddenly said, "Let's leave this place first." Yi Xian nodded and disappeared with Yun Sheng. Yun Long hesitated for a moment, but did not choose to chase after them. A moment later, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman and crushed it outside the city. Yun Sheng asked Yi Xian to stop. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, "Master, are you all right?" Yun Sheng shook his head and sighed. "I was the 3rd son of the previous Yin family patriarch. In the family, I was the most talented and accomplished. Naturally, I should have been the Yin family patriarch. Unfortunately, I was only obsessed with blacksmithing and was not good at politics." In the end, the Yin family fell into the hands of my eldest brother. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know why they refused to let me go?" Yi Xian said, "To cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." Yun Sheng chuckled. "That is only one of the reasons. The real reason is that he wanted the Yin family's heirloom, the Furnace of Fortune, and the Divine Armament Map. The Furnace of Fortune was obtained by the ancestors of the Yin family. Anything made by this furnace must be of the highest quality. The reason why the Yin family could have such a high position in the heaven domain is because of this furnace. As he spoke, he paused and continued. As for the divine armament map, it records the whereabouts of 3 weapons. Only the patriarch can control them. Yi Xian asked, "What divine armament?" Yin Sheng suddenly said, "Lend me your sword." Yi Xian was taken aback. Very quickly, he passed the fairy spirit sword to Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng tapped the fairy spirit sword lightly with his fingers. The fairy spirit sword trembled slightly. Immediately after, the body of the sword split open, and a drawing floated out. "Yi Xian," Yin Sheng said softly, "these 3 divine armaments are the earth god's seal, the heaven-shaking axe." As he spoke, he stopped. Yi Xian asked, "What about the last one?" "This chapter is not finished. Please continue." Yin Sheng shook his head. "The last one doesn't have a name." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. If these 3 divine armaments were to reappear, then the ranking of the Interstellar Bounty Board would change drastically. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "None of the Yin family's ancestors could find them." Yin Sheng smiled bitterly. "They couldn't?" Yi Xian asked why. Yin Sheng continued, "The Yin clan's ancestral teachings state that the disciples of the Yin clan are not allowed to search for these 3 divine weapons. If the Yin clan were to search for these 3 divine weapons, even if it's just one, the Yin clan would be annihilated." Yi Xian said, "Did the Yin family's ancestors really not search for them?" Yin Sheng said softly, "Of course not. The 17th generation of the Yin family did search for them. Unfortunately, he never returned. Since then, the Yin family never dared to search for these 3 divine armaments." As he spoke, he held the hilt of the divine spirit sword and recited a chant. Soon, a black storage ring flew out from the hilt. He handed the storage ring and the divine armaments map to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't accept it. Yin Sheng smiled. Scared, Yi Xian shook his head. "You have to think this through. I'm not a member of the Yin family." Yin Sheng smiled. "I didn't tell you about these 2 items because I was considering it. But now that the Yin family has treated me so well, why should I consider it?" As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "I only have one request. If you have the ability in the future, remember to kill my big brother. Don't destroy the Yin family, just kill him." Yi Xian was silent. Yin Sheng said softly, "Can I?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Why do I feel like you're saying your last words?" Yin Sheng chuckled. "Fool, do you think I can still live? Do you know what the chains that locked me up were called? They are called soul-seizing chains. They will devour my soul crazily. When you arrived, my soul was almost gone." As he spoke, he placed the storage ring and the divine armaments map in front of Yi Xian. "I've passed my life's inheritance to you. You'll have to slowly explore the rest of the path. Promise me, don't give up on the path of forging. No, you definitely won't. Because when you get to the heaven domain, you'll find out how popular it is to be a blacksmith. There will be many benefits." As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer. Yi Xian's face changed. He quickly said, "Senior, I'll take you to the Dao Yi Academy." Then, Yin Sheng shook his head. "It's useless. Nothing can make up for the dissipation of a soul." Yi Xian's mind sank into his body. "Second floor great god." "It's useless." The second floor great god interrupted Yi Xian. "Unless she is here and forcibly gathers his dissipated soul." Yi Xian naturally knew who the second floor great god was referring to. It was the woman in the plain dress. At this time, Yin Sheng suddenly said, "After I die, bury me here." As he spoke, he looked around. "My life's wish is to forge a weapon that can be listed on the interstellar bounty list. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance." As his voice fell, he closed his eyes. Yi Xian kept silent where he was for a long time. In the end, he buried Yin Sheng in front of a tree and bowed deeply. "I will definitely repay your kindness in teaching me. Master Yin, don't worry. In the future, I, Yi Xian, will definitely seek justice for you." After saying that, he put away the storage ring and the divine armaments map. As he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at the divine armaments map. The next moment he was stunned. The location of the third treasure was in one of the towers. End of this chapter. Chapter 391. Inside the pagoda. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded, because this pagoda was the prism pagoda in his body. However, what puzzled Yi Xian was that there were no 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. Besides that, everything else was the same as the prism pagoda. This was too much of a coincidence. Most importantly, who was the person who drew this picture? How did the other party know about the prism pagoda? Moreover, there were no 3 swords on this picture. In other words, this picture might have existed before the pagoda was destroyed. One had to know that the reason this pagoda had become like this was because it had suffered heavy damage. From this, it could be seen that the person who drew this picture was not simple. Yi Xian stopped thinking. He was more curious about which level the third treasure was in the world prism pagoda, and which level it was on. The picture did not state which floor it was in, only that it was in the prism pagoda. The 5th floor? Yi Xian's mind sank into the prism pagoda. Then he used his divine sense to scan the 5th floor. The 5th floor seemed to be blocked by something. His divine sense could not enter at all. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly found Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger was hugging a spirit fruit and munching on it. From time to time, she would shake her head, looking very cute. Yi Xian chuckled. Xiaolinger, have you been to the 5th floor? Xiaolinger glanced at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Then can you go? Xiaolinger thought for a long time, then shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian's face darkened. You don't know? You've been thinking for so long. At this time, Xiaolinger looked up at him. I'll go take a look? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Go take a look. But be careful. If you think it's dangerous, don't go in. Xiaolinger nodded her little head, then disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Not long later, Xiaolinger appeared again. At this moment, her face was slightly pale, and her body was trembling slightly. Yi Xian quickly asked, What's wrong? Xiaolinger looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, Black, very black, eyes, red eyes. Saying that, she fell into Yi Xian's arms and burst into tears. It's so scary. At that moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. You're the spirit of the origin of a world, and a special one at that. How can you be so timid with such a powerful spirit body? Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian gently hugged Xiaolinger. What did this little fellow see? After a while, Yi Xian decided not to bother with the 5th floor, because he hadn't even finished the 4th floor yet. His top priority right now was to deal with the Dugu and Yin family's revenge. He knew very well that he couldn't hide this matter, and they would definitely come for revenge. After comforting Xiaolinger, Yi Xian left the prison pagoda. At that moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded again. I know the specific location of the first treasure on your map, the Earth God's seal. Yi Xian said calmly. You want me to look for it, right? Jian Zizai smiled. Don't you want it? Yi Xian said coldly. You won't be so kind. If you want me to look for it, you're probably trying to kill me again. Jian Zizai said, the Earth God's seal. It was formed by the Divine Emperor of the Heaven-Awakened Starfield with the energy of the stars, the sun, and the moon in the Heaven-Awakened Starfield. With this seal, one can suppress demons and gather the energy of the mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Most importantly, this seal contains the inheritance of the invincible Divine Emperor. This person created the way of the King Fist and the invincible golden body. It could be said that he was invincible. Yi Xian said calmly, Is he as powerful as my sister Sword Fairy? Jian Zizai was silent. Yi Xian snorted coldly. I don't think so. Jian Zizai said calmly. What are you showing off for? It's not like you're powerful. Moreover, why do you always want to rely on others? If she doesn't come back, are you just going to wait for death? Yi Xian was silent. As Jian Zizai said, he really couldn't rely on his sister Sword Fairy. He couldn't think of relying on her. Jian Zizai said again, If you obtain this seal, it will be of great benefit to you as a person. Moreover, as far as I know, this seal should also contain the Twilight of the Gods that the Divine Emperor once wore. If you obtain the Twilight of the Gods, with your current realm, You can easily kill even those in the supreme realm. Yi Xian still shook his head. I'm a little tempted, but Jian Zizai, famous people don't resort to insinuations. I don't believe you. Jian Zizai said calmly. I know you don't believe me, but even if you don't think for yourself, don't you think for your sister? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Jian Zizai laughed coldly. You can escape, but will the Dugu and Yun families let your sister go? And if they put pressure on the Daoyi Academy, do you think the Daoyi Academy will fight to the death for your sister? Do you think they will? Yi Xian was silent. His face was a little pale. Jian Zizai said again. They can't even protect you, so how can they protect your sister? Moreover, you have a great treasure on you. When the time comes, there will be some experts beyond your understanding who will come looking for you. What will you do then? Do you want her to protect you forever? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, You've always wanted me to find this Earth God's seal. What is your goal? Jian Zizai smiled. Don't worry, my goal this time isn't to kill you. On the contrary, I hope you can obtain this seal because it's useful to me. That's my goal. Yi Xian asked, That's all? Jian Zizai said calmly. If you don't believe me, then don't go. I can wait, but you might not. Yi Xian thought for a long time, then said, Miss Jian, lead the way. In the end, he still decided to look for her. As Jian Zizai said, he couldn't place his and his sister's future in the hands of others. Nor did he want to implicate the Daoyi Academy. If he wanted to protect himself and have the ability to survive in this world, he had to become stronger. As for Jian Zizai's words, he naturally didn't believe them completely. He would always keep an eye on this woman. Compared to Jian Zizai, he suddenly felt that the great goddess on the second floor was quite good. Although she had a bad temper, she wouldn't cause trouble. On the other hand, Jian Zizai seemed to have a good temper, but she was actually very malicious. Very soon, Yi Xian returned to Daoyi City and bought a star cloud ship. Not long later, he entered the vast space. Heaven region Dugu family. In a large hall, a middle-aged man quietly looked at the scroll in front of him. This person was the patriarch of the Dugu family, Dugu Lian. A while later, Dugu Lian smiled slightly, instantly killing a peak origin realm expert. TSK. Looks like my nephew is quite extraordinary. Below, an old man said with a deep voice. This person was able to grow to such a level in a place like the firmament world because of the treasure of our Dugu family. We must get it back. Dugu Lian said indifferently. Elder Kuei, don't you want to understand his talent first? Dugu Lian was expressionless. The old man has already seen it. His talent is indeed not bad, but so what? Are we supposed to bring him back and nurture him? Dugu Lian smiled. Can't we? Dugu Yu shook his head. Patriarch should be well aware that he absolutely won't willingly hand over this treasure. Even if he does, he will surely harbor resentment in his heart. Moreover, his mother is still imprisoned in my Dugu family's endless purgatory. If he learns of this, do you think that he will just sit back and watch? Reaching there, he paused slightly before continuing. There's also the Gu family. If we bring him back, that person from the Gu family will definitely be furious. Hearing this, Dugu Lian's calm smile gradually disappeared. A while later, Dugu Lian smiled. Then what do you think we should do, Elder Kuei? Dugu Lian said coldly. Immediately send experts to kill him to prevent any future problems. This person's battle strength is extremely strong, and the Daoyi Academy seems to want to protect him. As such, we have to send. Dugu Lian suddenly said. Then how about Elder Kuei personally go? Dugu Yu fell silent for a while before saying, Of course. Dugu Lian nodded. I heard that he has a younger sister who is also extremely talented. Moreover, the dean of the Daoyi Academy has personally taken her as a student. At this point he looked at Dugu Yu. Get rid of him as well. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Dugu Lian said in a low voice. There's one more thing. I've investigated this person before, and there seems to be a mysterious expert behind him. However, I don't know much about this mysterious expert. Dugu Lian chuckled. The firmament world. There seems to be a firmament world sword master from that place. He was quite extraordinary back then, And there's also the founder of the Realm Defense Alliance. After so many years, only those two are passable. Even if it's just those two, why would my Duga family fear them? Duga Lian nodded. That's true, Duga Lian said. Don't let the Gu family know about this for now. Otherwise there will be trouble. Duga Lian said. Of course. As he spoke, he paused slightly before continuing. In order to avoid any accidents, I want to bring 4 shadow guards with me. Duga Lian thought for a moment before saying, all right. Remember, bring back the heads of those 2. I think that if Brother Gu sees their heads, he will definitely be very happy. As he spoke, he gave a self-mocking smile. I never thought that my Duga family would compromise to this extent. Duga, you fell silent because right now, the Duga family's lifeline was in someone else's hands. On a vast grassy plain, an old man was slowly walking with a little girl. On the way, the old man suddenly asked, Linger, why didn't you refine the 2 saint-grade treasures that I gave you before? Behind the old man, the little girl said, I wanted to save them for Big Brother. You didn't eat those saint-grade spirit fruits. You also wanted to save them for him? Of course. Even Big Brother hasn't eaten such good things, so how can I eat them first? The purple fire crystals I gave you. Big Brother has it hard by himself, so I wanted to save them for him. What's your brother's name? I want to kill him. Chapter 392. In the vast starry sky, a star-cloud ship sped towards the depths of the starry sky. Yi Xian stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the endless starry sky. He once again felt how insignificant humans were. At this moment, Yi Xian thought of the woman in the plain dress. The universe was boundless. However, the potential of humans was also limitless. For a powerhouse like the woman in the plain dress, if she were to stand here, the starry sky would seem insignificant. Thinking back to when he was in Qingcheng, every day, all he thought about was to let his sister live a good life and treat her illness. Now, his original intention had not changed. However, he found that this goal seemed to be getting more and more difficult. The greater his ability, the stronger the people he came into contact with, and the greater the problems he encountered. After a while, Yi Xian chuckled. It's not easy to live in this world, and it's even more difficult to live well. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded. If you think it's not easy now, then I advise you to give up the prison pagoda and be a carefree sword immortal in this world. With your current strength and the treasures you've obtained, you can live well in this world. Yi Xian said. What do you mean? Jian Zizai chuckled. You're only fighting with people now. Moreover, these people are just ants. When you meet the overlords of the star domain, your life will be even more difficult. Moreover, behind people there is still the sky. As long as you want to continue to become stronger and live, not only do you have to fight with people, but you also have to fight with the sky. Yi Xian was silent. The woman in the plain dress had also said this to him. Fighting with people, fighting with the sky. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Why should we fight? Just like Miss Jian. Isn't it good for the 2 of us to be friends? Jian Zizai sneered. You're so naive and cute. Even Xiao Linger isn't as naive as you. Yi Xian was speechless. Jian Zizai continued. If you want to live, you must work hard to become stronger. To become stronger, you must seize the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, the stronger you are, the greater the threat you pose to all living things in the world. Just like the current you, the Duga family, and the Yun family definitely won't let you go, because they won't let a monster that could threaten them grow up. When she spoke up to hear, she paused slightly and continued. Since you possess this pagoda, your enemies will only grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, I sincerely suggest that you give this pagoda to me now. I will bear all your troubles in the future. I am sincere. Yi Xian's face darkened. This was what this woman was planning. Jian Zizai asked again. Won't you think about it? Yi Xian said calmly. Miss Jane, I have a question. It might be a bit presumptuous to ask, but I still want to ask. Why would an expert like you be imprisoned in this pagoda? Jian Zizai was silent. Yi Xian continued. Miss Jane, you have lived longer than me, so you have naturally seen more people and things than me. In terms of the principles of life, You definitely know more than I do. However, I have a message for you. People shouldn't be too greedy. Try not to take things that don't belong to you by force. Greed. Yi Xian knew very well that many people often died because of their greed. Just like those gamblers, they won a lot, but they still wanted to win more. In the end, they might lose everything. Jian Zizai suddenly laughed. Greed? Aren't you being greedy to look for the Earth God's seal now? There are many times in life that if you don't gamble, you will be mediocre for the rest of your life. Do you understand? Yi Xian was silent. As Jian Zizai said, there were many times in life that needed to be gambled. Jian Zizai continued. Previously, you asked me why I was imprisoned here. I want to tell you that the reason I was imprisoned here was not because I was greedy, but because I was too strong. Yi Xian was speechless. We're here. At that moment, Jian Zizai suddenly said. Yi Xian stopped and looked up. In the starry sky not far in front of him, there was a chaotic flow of starry sky rocks. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, There's nothing here. Jian Zizai said calmly. If it was so obvious, would this treasure have waited for you to take it? Come, repeat after me. Heaven and earth are my eyes, and I can see the heavens with one glance. Yi Xian subconsciously followed suit. Heaven and earth are my eyes, and I can see the heavens with one glance. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly opened. In the next moment, 2 rays of white light seemed to sweep out from his eyes. In an instant, the starry sky in front of Yi Xian underwent an earth-shattering change. In front of him, a golden path appeared. The path led to the depths of the starry sky in the distance. Yi Xian was a little shocked. At that moment, he felt that everything around him was so clear. At that moment, his senses had reached the extreme. He could even clearly feel an ant tens of thousands of miles away. At that moment, he felt that he was the ruler of all things. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Jian Zizai, what kind of magical power is this? It's so powerful. Jian Zizai said calmly, Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and go. Yi Xian was a little excited. Can you teach me this move? Jian Zizai said, Sure. But how will you repay me? Yi Xian said, How do you want me to repay you? Jian Zizai said, You can give me this tower. Yi Xian said seriously, How can this tower show my sincerity? How about I repay you with my body? Jian Zizai said, You? Haha. She laughed very loudly. After laughing for a while, she said, Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yi Xian said seriously, Don't you want to think about it? I think I'm still pretty good. Jian Zizai said with a smile, Your skin is thicker than the heavens. To be honest, I suggest you create your own shameless cultivation method. With your shamelessness, dominating the heavens is just around the corner. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian didn't want to argue with this woman anymore. He immediately walked toward the golden path. Walking on the golden path, Yi Xian suddenly felt a golden energy. This golden energy was extremely pure, even purer than purple fire crystals. Jian Zizai said, This is the dragon qi emitted by the God Emperor. If you have dragon qi, you can absorb all of this. Unfortunately, you don't. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Is there no other way? Jian Zizai said, Yes. What? Yi Xian asked quickly. I'm not telling you. Yi Xian was speechless. If Jian Zizai said he wouldn't tell her, then he really wouldn't. Yi Xian knew that this woman must be taking revenge for what happened just now. Helplessly, he could only continue forward. About half an hour later, Yi Xian stopped. In front of him was a golden door. Yi Xian stood in front of the door and stopped for a long time. Jian Zizai said, Why are you afraid? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Jian, to be honest, you won't play tricks on me this time, right? Jian Zizai said, If you're afraid, you can turn around and go back. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. He immediately walked in. The moment Yi Xian walked through the light door, the golden path suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had never appeared. The entire starry sky returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian felt that his surroundings had quieted down. He glanced around. At this moment, he was in front of a city. It was an extremely magnificent city. The city walls were extremely high, at least 100 feet high. At the city gate, there were two giant dragons lying on the ground. These two dragons were huge, and the scales on their bodies were like sharp blades. They emitted a sharp and piercing cold light. At first glance they were lifelike, as if they were real. Yi Xian walked in front of the two dragons and sighed. "They're just like real." As he spoke, he was about to touch them. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "If you want to die, go ahead and touch them." Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean?" Jian Zizai said. "Take a closer look." Hearing this, Yi Xian looked at the two dragons again. The next moment, his expression changed greatly, and he retreated because these two dragons were real. Living dragons. Yi Xian was a little shocked because this was the first time he had seen such a huge dragon. After all, he had only heard of monsters of this level. Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Go in." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "These two dragons are guarding here." Jian Zizai said, "They have already fallen into a deep sleep. As long as you don't deliberately disturb them, they won't wake up." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "So that's how it is. However, Miss Jian, I'm a little curious. Who exactly is this divine emperor?" Jian Zizai said, "He was once the ruler of the Heaven Awakening star system. He founded the Divine Emperor Empire and called himself the Divine Emperor. He was very powerful." Yi Xian said, "He died." Jian Zizai said, "Nonsense. If he didn't die, how could the Heaven Awakening star system perish?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Who killed him?" Jian Zizai said, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" Yi Xian said, "I'm just asking." Jian Zizai said, "In any case, you didn't kill him. Quickly go in." Yi Xian was a little speechless. He did not ask any more and walked into the city. At this moment, the city was deathly silent. There was not a single living creature. It was extremely deserted. As Yi Xian walked down the street, he found that there were portraits of a middle-aged man on both sides of the street. In the portraits, the middle-aged man had an imposing appearance and a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Yi Xian said softly, "This should be the Divine Emperor." Jian Zizai said, "This person reached the Supreme Realm at the age of 13. At the age of 16, he reached the divine realm of martial arts and comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. At that time, he was already invincible among the younger generation of the Heaven Awakening star system. Not only the younger generation, but even the experts of the older generation could not compare to him." Hearing this, Yi Xian felt a little ashamed. This person really couldn't be compared to others. He had only become a great sword celestial at the age of 19. Compared to this person, he seemed to be a little bit inferior. Jian Zizai said again, "Don't be shocked. There is always a higher mountain. He is monstrous, but there is always someone more monstrous than him." Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, there was always someone better than him. There was no most monstrous person, only more monstrous. Yi Xian continued to walk down. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly because he felt a sword intent in front of him. An extremely powerful sword intent. P.S. Thank you to the friends who voted recently. Thank you very much. I am willing to devote my life to you. Chapter 393. Sword Intent. Yi Xian was a little curious, so he quickened his pace. Soon he arrived in front of a palace. From the outside, the palace must have been extremely luxurious, but now only desolation remained. A middle-aged man stood in front of the palace. The middle-aged man wore a large luxurious robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his head was slightly raised as he looked at the sky. His eyes were somewhat vacant. The Divine Emperor. The middle-aged man standing in front of him was the Divine Emperor. There was a wisp of sword light between the Divine Emperor's eyebrows. The wisp of sword light had been staring at his brow for an unknown number of years, but it still hadn't dissipated. Yi Xian walked in front of the Divine Emperor. At this moment, the Divine Emperor's aura was completely gone. He had died. However, even after countless years, his physical body was as good as new. Yi Xian asked softly, "Miss Jian, how many years has it been since he died?" Jian Zizai replied, "Many years." Yi Xian asked, "He was killed by a swordsman?" Jian's eye fell silent. Yi Xian didn't ask again. Just like that, after a moment of silence, Jian's eye suddenly said, "The Earth God's seal is in his body. Destroy his physical body, and the seal will fly out." Destroy his physical body? Yi Xian was stunned, then said, "Miss Jian, that's not a good thing to do, is it?" Jian's eye replied calmly, "He's already dead. So what's the point of leaving his physical body here? Moreover, if you don't destroy his physical body, how will you obtain his Earth God's seal and his inheritance?" Yi Xian shook his head. "There must be another way," Jian's eye said. "Then think of a way yourself." Yi Xian looked at the Divine Emperor in front of him. He thought for a moment and was about to speak. But at this moment, a wisp of white light suddenly floated out from the Divine Emperor's body. Soon the white light turned into a figure. It was the Divine Emperor, a wisp of soul. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he was secretly on his guard. At the same time, he was glad that he did not destroy the other party's physical body. Otherwise he would not even know how he died. The God Emperor sized up Yi Xian and shook his head. "You are a swordsman. You are not suitable for this emperor's inheritance. Leave." The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. That was directly denied. Yi Xian naturally wasn't someone who would give up so easily. He quickly said, "Senior, this junior doesn't think so." The Emperor God looked at Yi Xian and waited for him to continue. Yi Xian asked, "Senior, how many people have come here in all these years?" The Divine Emperor said, "2." Yi Xian asked, "Why didn't he obtain Senior's inheritance?" The Divine Emperor said, "She doesn't need my heritage." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said shamelessly, "I need it." The Emperor God. Yi Xian continued, "Senior, the fact that I can come here proves that I and Senior are fated. Junior is not willing to let Senior leave just like that. Moreover, although Junior is a swordsman, this does not prevent me from inheriting Senior's inheritance." At this point he said seriously, "Senior, let me try." The God Emperor sized up Yi Xian and chuckled. "You're quite an interesting kid." He paused for a moment, then continued, "As you said, since you're here, it means that you and I are fated. Since we are fated, there's no harm in giving it a try." Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed. At this time, the God Emperor asked, "What is martial Dao?" "What is martial Dao?" Yi Xian was silent. If someone asked him what was sword Dao, he might be able to explain a thing or two. But if someone asked him what was martial Dao, he was a little confused. The God Emperor said, "You must have learned martial Dao before, because I can feel a weak fighting spirit from you. However, compared to your sword Dao, it's much weaker." This meant that between the martial Dao and the sword Dao, you chose the sword Dao. It's not that you can't cultivate both sword Dao and martial Dao, but it's too difficult. If you want to master both, it'll be even more difficult. Moreover, the loss might outweigh the gain, and in the end, you'll be mediocre in both. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled. "Junior understands." Saying so, he bowed to the God Emperor. "Senior, farewell." Saying so, he turned around and left, leaving in a carefree manner. At this time, the God Emperor suddenly said, "Wait." Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at the God Emperor. The God Emperor smiled. "You don't seem disappointed at all." Yi Xian shook his head. "There's nothing to be disappointed about." The God Emperor smiled. "Why?" Yi Xian said, "I really hope to obtain Senior's inheritance, but it's not necessary. In short, I've tried my best. If I can obtain it, it's my fortune. If not, it doesn't matter. I've tried my best and have no regrets." Hearing Yi Xian's words, a trace of surprise flashed in the God Emperor's eyes. "No wonder you're so accomplished in sword Dao Dao." As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian once more, and then he said, "Although you aren't suitable for me to inherit your power, I might not be able to wait for the most suitable person to come here if I keep waiting. Forget it." Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little excited. This was really a twist of the road. At this time, the God Emperor suddenly said, "Before entering the city, did you see those 2 giant dragons?" Yi Xian nodded. "I saw them." The God Emperor smiled. "Defeat them and you can obtain my inheritance." Yi Xian was stunned. Defeat the giant dragons? Yi Xian's first thought was that it was impossible. Intuition told him that it was impossible, because those two giant dragons were definitely much stronger than him. The God Emperor smiled. You think you can't defeat them? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I don't think I can. The God Emperor said. How will you know if you don't try? Yi Xian was silent. The God Emperor smiled. My inheritance is not passed on to mediocre people. If you defeat them, you can obtain my inheritance. If you feel it's too difficult, you can leave. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and then smiled. Then I'll give it a try. Saying so, he turned and walked out of the city. Like the God Emperor said, if you don't try, how will you know it's impossible? However, when Yi Xian came in front of the two sleeping giant dragons, he hesitated. These were giant dragons, divine beasts. Moreover, looking at the dragon scales all over his opponent, Yi Xian was not even sure whether his sword could leave a mark on them. But if he didn't try, he would not be satisfied. I'll give it my all. Yi Xian stomped his right foot lightly, and the ground trembled violently. Meanwhile, one of the giant dragons in front of Yi Xian suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, a powerful dragon's might crushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he hurriedly released his sword aura. However, his sword aura was unable to block this dragon's might at all. Yi Xian was forced back repeatedly by this dragon's might, and he retreated for over 600 m. Moreover, there was a deep gorge on the ground where he retreated. The giant dragon didn't get up. It looked down at Yi Xian, who was nearby, with indifference in its eyes, and it seemed as if it was looking at an ant. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. Let's have a spar. Let's not overdo it. Let's not overdo it. The giant dragon suddenly stood up. In the next moment, its 300 m long tail swept towards Yi Xian. This sweep caused space to warp, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian didn't dare act carelessly when he witnessed this scene, and he immediately leaped up and drew his sword before slashing. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Moreover, he'd even enhanced it with 2 types of sword intents. It could be said that this was his strongest attack up until now. Space was instantly blasted apart by this single slash. Bang! Yi Xian's sword had just descended onto the giant dragon's tail when his figure was blasted flying. The ground suddenly trembled violently 300 m away, and then an enormous and deep pit appeared there. Yi Xian was within the pit. On the other hand, Yi Xian's attack had merely left a very shallow mark on the giant dragon's tail. It was very shallow to the point it was practically invisible. The giant dragon looked down at Yi Xian, who lay within the deep pit before the city gates, and its eyes were filled with disdain. Yi Xian stood up from within the deep pit. At this moment, his entire body was trembling extremely violently. Especially his right hand, it was completely numb. He couldn't beat it. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the giant dragon in the distance. The giant dragon didn't continue to attack. Instead, it just looked at him quietly. Ignored. The giant dragon was blatantly ignoring him. Meanwhile, the divine emperor stood atop the city walls. He looked at Yi Xian, as if he was waiting for Yi Xian's answer. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He was about to speak when Jian Zizai suddenly said, Do you think you can't beat it? Yi Xian nodded. I can't, Jian Zizai said. Do you know why that woman's sword skills were so mediocre in your hands? Without waiting for Yi Xian's answer, she continued. Because you lack the courage to fight to the death. Oh no, you do have such courage. However, I've only seen it in one situation, and that is when someone wants to hurt your sister. At that time, you'll abandon everything, regardless of the consequences, and not think about anything. At that time, you only thought about one thing, and that was to kill the person in front of you. Speaking up to this point, she paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, you have no distractions in your heart, only killing. But usually you think too much. Just like now, you feel that you can't beat it, so you choose not to fight. When you deny yourself in your heart, you've already lost. Think about it. If this giant dragon wanted to swallow your sister, what would you do? Swallow my sister? The moment he thought of this, Yi Xian's face instantly turned ferocious. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the giant dragon in the distance, which had already closed its eyes. Who the hell dares to hurt my sister? As his voice fell, he directly rushed toward the giant dragon with his sword in hand. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Fight. Fight to the death. When a person abandoned everything and disregarded everything, the potential that erupted from him was extremely terrifying. Especially Yi Xian's sword skills. One sword to decide life and death. This sword skill needed this kind of momentum the most, the momentum that I must kill you. Sensing the change in Yi Xian's body, the giant dragon opened its eyes. In the next moment, it directly roared at Yi Xian, and a powerful dragon breath drowned Yi Xian like magma. Not far away, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. Buzz! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky, and in the next moment, Yi Xian's sword slashed straight down. Boom! The dragon breath was instantly smashed by this sword, and at the same time, the giant dragon was directly forced back dozens of feet. After Yi Xian landed on the ground, with him as the center, the ground within a radius of hundreds of feet directly shattered into powder. Chapter 394. On the city wall, the Emperor God looked down at Yi Xian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This sword skill. Down below, after being pushed back by Yi Xian's sword, the giant dragon was a little confused. The next moment, it flew into a rage and was about to strike again. The divine emperor on the city wall suddenly said, "Back off!" Below, the dragon stopped and retreated to the side of the city wall, but its eyes were fixed on Yin Yesheng. The emperor god appeared in front of Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. "What's the name of that sword skill?" Yi Xian said, "Sword draw to decide life and death." This sword skill was originally 2 sword skills passed down to me by 2 seniors, but I merged them into one. The Emperor God nodded slightly and said softly, "This sword skill is extraordinary, but your 2 seniors are even more extraordinary." Yi Xian smiled and did not speak. The Emperor God looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know why I wanted you to fight this dragon?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "Senior didn't want me to defeat this dragon, but to see if I have the determination to fight it." The Emperor God smiled slightly. "You're not bad." With that, he glanced at the dragon not far away and said softly, "As a warrior, fear is the most taboo. The path of martial Tao is endless. On this path, you will encounter countless troubles. And if you have fear, you won't go far." With that, he looked at Yi Xian. "Not only do you have no fear, but you also have the determination to fight to the death." Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Senior, you're overpraising me. Actually, I wanted to escape just now." The Emperor God smiled. "As expected of a swordsman, you don't need to hide." With that, he opened his right hand, and a ray of white light appeared in his palm. The God Sovereign looked at Yi Xian. "Obtaining my inheritance also means that you have karma with me. Because of today's matter, it might bring you many troubles in the future. You have to think this through." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "I already have a lot of troubles. I don't mind if it's a little more." The Divine Emperor nodded. "Although the Heaven Awakening Starfield has perished, many of my subordinates are still around. They are all arrogant and unruly people. If you don't have enough strength to obtain my inheritance, they won't submit to you. Not only will they not submit to you, but they might even kill you. Therefore, after leaving this place, before you fully mature, try to keep a low profile as much as possible." As he spoke, he gently flipped his right hand, and the white light directly entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Yi Xian's body trembled. Soon, countless pieces of information surged into his mind. At the same time, something appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yi Xian didn't look at these things in detail, because the body of the God Emperor in front of him was gradually turning illusory. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Is Senior really dead?" The God Emperor smiled. "If he didn't die, why would he leave his inheritance here?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Logically speaking, it should be difficult for an expert like Senior to die." The God Emperor said softly, "The path of martial arts is endless. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes." As he spoke, his body became more illusory and was about to disappear. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Senior, do you know Jianzizai? Hearing this, the expression of the God Emperor, who was about to disappear, suddenly changed. Jianzizai, do you know her? Yi Xian nodded. You can say that I know her. Senior, do you know her? The God Emperor said in a deep voice. This person is from the God realm, and is known as the best fighter in the God realm. The most terrifying thing about her is not her martial strength, but, at this moment, the God Emperor suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment he said angrily, Jianzizai, is this your doing? This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Jianzizai said lightly. He talks too much. I'll send him off. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Jianzizai, are you really good at fighting? He did not forget what the God Emperor had said just now. This Jianzizai was the best fighter in the God realm. Jianzizai said. He has passed the inheritance to you. Take a look. Hearing this, Yi Xian did not pay attention to Jianzizai anymore. His mind sank into his body. The things the God Emperor left him were a martial arts technique and a magical power. In addition, there was a golden seal, a long spear, an armor, 2 arm guards, 2 knee pads, 2 combat boots, a golden long shield. When he saw these things, Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment, Yi Xian was ecstatic. He had made a profit. He had made a huge profit. Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Jianzizai's voice sounded. Laugh now. You will cry in the future. Yi Xian's smile disappeared. What do you mean? Jianzizai said lightly. Cause and effect, do you understand? If you don't understand, don't ask. I'm not interested in talking to you about such low-level things. Yi Xian ignored Jianzizai. He first carefully looked at the martial arts technique and magical power. The martial arts technique was called Fist of the Way of the King. Jianzizai suddenly said. This fist is not suitable for you to cultivate. The so-called Fist of the Way of the King is that the more power you have, the more powerful the fist will be. When the God Emperor was at his peak, he ruled the entire Heavenly Awakening Star region. This punch had the power to destroy the world. You, on the other hand, have no power, so you can't cultivate the essence of this fist at all. After carefully looking at it, Yi Xian felt that it was a pity. As Jianzizai said, this Fist of the Way of the King was not suitable for him to cultivate. However, he thought of someone who was definitely suitable for cultivating it. Lian Wanli and Tuo Bian. These 2 people were very suitable for cultivating this fist technique. At this time, Jianzizai said again, you can cultivate the invincible golden body. This is a magical power. If you successfully cultivate it, you can activate the golden body in a short period of time. As for the strength of the golden body, it depends on you. Yi Xian hurriedly looked at the invincible golden body. As he looked, Yi Xian became a little excited. This was because if he successfully cultivated the invincible golden body, his body would be even stronger than a dragon's. He had personally experienced the defensive capabilities of the giant dragon before. His sword was at the peak of the saint level, but it could not even leave a mark on the dragon's body. If he successfully cultivated it, he would be invincible for a certain period of time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became even more excited. However, he did not immediately cultivate it. Instead, he looked at the seal. This seal should be the Earth God's seal. As soon as Yi Xian took out the seal, it suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. The next moment his expression changed. Jianzizai. On the 4th floor, Jianzizai's voice sounded. This seal is temporarily useful to me. I'll use it for a while. I'll return it to you in 3 days. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. The real reason you asked me to come here is for this seal? Jianzizai did not reply. Yi Xian was about to continue asking when the god on the 2nd floor suddenly said, she probably needs the qi of the mountains and rivers in the seal to recover her body. Yi Xian said, if she recovers, will she break out of the tower? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little afraid. If they fought, he would definitely not be able to defeat this woman. If she came out, he would be the first to die. The god on the 2nd floor said lightly, who knows if she can break out of the tower? Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, this chapter is not over. Please turn the page. Yi Xian did not care about Jianzizai anymore. It was meaningless to worry about this now. He waved his right hand, and a set of equipment appeared in front of him. Yi Xian knew that this set of equipment should be the twilight of the gods that Jian Zizai mentioned. Yi Xian bent his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the armor. The next moment, the twilight of the gods disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already on Yi Xian's body. When he put on the twilight of the gods, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He quickly took it off. At this moment, his body had been completely cracked, and blood was flowing out. At this moment, he was completely covered in blood. Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Do you want to die?" The twilight of the gods is an immortal artifact, and each of them is a top-grade immortal artifact. Your body can't withstand their power at all. If you forcibly wear it, your body will directly collapse. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Jian Zizai said, "I can't wait for you to die." Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian sat down and looked at the twilight of the gods in front of him. He was a little worried. He couldn't use it. No matter how good it was, if it couldn't be used, it was no different from scrap iron. Now, it was like he had a golden box, but he didn't have the key to it. Jian Zizai said again, "If you successfully cultivate the invincible golden body, then when you use it, you can wear the twilight of the gods." Yi Xian stood up at once. "Yes, if I successfully cultivate the invincible golden body, my body will be invincible at that time, and I can naturally wear the twilight of the gods." Speaking of this, he became excited again. Cultivate the invincible golden body. Yi Xian found that to cultivate the invincible golden body, he needed the help of external objects, and the first external object to bear the brunt was dragon blood. Dragon blood! Yi Xian turned his head to look at the two giant dragons. The dragons were ready-made, but how could he get the blood? Yi Xian didn't think that the other party would just stand there and let him take the sword to release some dragon blood. He had to get the dragon blood first. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then walked in front of the giant dragon that he had fought with. At this time, the giant dragon opened its eyes. They were very big, even bigger than Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "Senior dragon, I am the successor of the divine emperor." The giant dragon looked down at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. It just looked at him quietly. Yi Xian braced himself and said, "Well, can you lend me some dragon blood?" "Not much, 1 bucket is enough." At this time, the giant dragon's eyes turned cold. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Xian's eye twitched. He quickly said, "Half a bucket is fine too." The giant dragon suddenly raised a dragon claw and was about to slap down. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian turned and ran. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distant horizon. The giant dragon was stunned. He ran away just like that. The giant dragon didn't chase after him. After a moment, it put away its claw, and at this time, it suddenly raised its head. In the air not far in front of it, there was a black-robed man floating. The black-robed man didn't have any aura at all, as if he didn't exist. The giant dragon stared at the black-robed man, a trace of vigilance in its eyes. At this time, the black-card man waved his right hand, and a sword suddenly appeared above the black-robed man's head. In an instant, the world changed color. Seeing that sword, a deep sense of fear appeared in the giant dragon's eyes, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it roared at the black-robed man, but it didn't make a move. Obviously, it was very afraid. The black-robed man suddenly walked toward the giant dragon. "If I swing this sword, you might die." The giant dragon. End of this chapter. Chapter 395. Outside the city gates, the dragon stared fixedly at the black-robed man, and there was deep fear in its eyes. It couldn't sense how strong the black-robed man was, but it could sense how terrifying that sword was. It was very well aware that its current body couldn't resist that attack at all. However, the proud dragon race would never lower their heads to their enemies. The dragon roared at the black-robed man with determination in its eyes. Obviously, it was prepared to fight to the death. Right at this moment, the black-robed man suddenly stopped and put his sword away. The dragon was stunned. The black-robed man spoke indifferently. "Want to have a chat?" The dragon gazed at the black-robed man. Human, what are you trying to do? The black-robed man replied, It's nothing. The old man has a disciple who needs some dragon blood. Can you give him some? The old man will remember this favor. Dragon blood. The dragon was stunned, and then it spoke solemnly. That young man. The black-robed man nodded. The dragon spoke solemnly. He already has a powerful master like you. So why does he still want to inherit my master's inheritance? The black-robed man replied. The martial Tao and sword Tao are different paths that lead to the same goal. They aren't contradictory. The dragon fell silent for a moment, and then a fist-sized pearl of blood floated over to the black-robed man. The black-robed man put it away. Thank you. As he spoke, he was about to turn around and leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, The God Emperor has fallen, yet you're still waiting here? The dragon spoke solemnly. We once swore that we'll remain loyal to him. The black-robed man said, But he's fallen. So this oath should naturally vanish as well. The dragon fell silent. The black-robed man continued. Everything is gone once he's dead, so this oath should naturally vanish as well. If you continue to stay here, then you're being inflexible instead of keeping your word. The dragon fell silent for a moment, and then it said, A third of our souls are within the earth god's seal. The black-robed man said, How about this? I'll ask my disciple to return your souls. The dragon was stunned. What do we have to pay? The black-robed man replied, You don't have to pay anything. Just help him once if he has a request, and you can't refuse. The dragon fell silent for a moment, and then it said, All right, that was a good deal. The black-robed man nodded slightly and disappeared into thin air. Seeing the black-robed man disappear into thin air, the giant dragon's expression gradually turned solemn. The black-robed man was naturally Yi Xian. When he found out that the earth god's seal contained the souls of 2 enormous dragons, Yi Xian had the thought of subduing these 2 enormous dragons. However, he did not do so in the end, because after interacting with it, he realized that this giant dragon was extremely arrogant. It was impossible for it to submit to him. If he forced it, it would only backfire. Therefore, he changed his method, and that was to ask the other party to help him once. If he were to lend a helping hand once, the other party would definitely not refuse, nor would he have any reason to refuse. After all, it was not a loss at all. To him, it was enough for him to have the other party lend him a hand. Yi Xian returned to the front of the city gate and asked Jian Zizai to return the souls of the 2 giant dragons. After receiving the souls, the 2 giant dragons immediately soared into the sky. In the sky, the 2 dragons soared and circled violently, blotting out the sky. After a while, one of the dragons suddenly looked down at Yi Xian below. Soon, a dragon whisker floated in front of Yi Xian. If there's anything, send a voice transmission. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Enter the dragon's whisker, and we will rush over. With that, the 2 giant dragons disappeared into the horizon. Below, Yi Xian entered the city and arrived at a palace. There was nothing in the palace, and it was very quiet. Yi Xian entered the prism pagoda and took out the ball of dragon blood. The color of the dragon blood was extremely dark, like magma. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Jian, how do I cultivate with this? Jian Zizai said, If you apply it externally, your body will be very strong, but your organs and meridians will not be greatly improved. If you take it internally, your meridians and organs will be improved qualitatively. However, you will suffer the pain of the dragon blood burning. It's your choice. Take it internally. Yi Xian had no choice but to swallow the dragon blood. The moment he swallowed it, his facial features instantly twisted. Pain. At that moment, Yi Xian felt as if his body was being burned by charcoal. At that moment, Jian Zizai suddenly said, Who told you to swallow it like that? This thing needs to be fused with something extremely cold. Only then will it not be so painful. Yi Xian roared in his heart. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Yi Xian was speechless. Not long after, Yi Xian's entire body shrunk into a ball, and his entire body emitted a strong heat wave. Not only that, but his entire body seemed to be roasted, turning red. Pain. This was equivalent to burning his body with fire. And it was the kind of burning that stuck to his body. Endure. What he could do now was to endure like crazy. Not far away, Xiaoling looked at Yi Xian a little anxious. As if thinking of something, she gently placed her two small hands between Yi Xian's eyebrows, and soon, a pure spiritual energy poured into Yi Xian's body. The power of origin. Above the void-piercing realm was the origin realm, and to reach the origin realm, one must master origin power. And Xiaoling was the origin of Qingzhou. Simply put, she was the source of origin power. She did not know this, and Yi Xian did not know either. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was lying on the ground, gradually calmed down, and Xiaoling was so tired that she lay on his body, sleeping soundly. After about 3 days, Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and then he stood up. Crack. In an instant the bones in his body cracked. Yi Xian hurried to check his body. At the moment his body had gone through a tremendous change both inside and out. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice sounded. Right now it is difficult for an origin realm expert to hurt your body. If you successfully cultivate the invincible golden body, you are basically invincible under the supreme realm. Of course, don't run into those super monsters. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately became a little excited, because he discovered that after his body became stronger, the sword skill drawing sword to determine life and death would also become stronger. Moreover, it was not just a little stronger. Right now his strength was very, very strong. And if he successfully cultivated the invincible golden body, his strength would take a qualitative leap. Cultivate. In the following time, Yi Xian began to cultivate the invincible golden body. After refining his body with the dragon blood, his body could already cultivate the invincible golden body. So it was not difficult for him to cultivate. Time passed little by little in the cultivation world Daoyi City. On this day, an old man led 4 men in black to the outskirts of Daoyi City. This old man was. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. The Dugu family's elder Duguyu. Duguyu raised his head to look at the Daoyi City in front of him. In the next moment, he gently stomped his right foot. Boom! The city wall in front of him suddenly collapsed. Countless people in the city were shocked. Someone had come to attack the Daoyi Academy? Soon, the first elder appeared outside the Daoyi City. The first elder looked at Duguyu, and the others with a cold expression. Who are you? Why have you come to attack the Daoyi City? Duguyu replied calmly. The Dugu family. The Dugu family. Hearing this, the first elder's expression changed slightly. The Dugu family had come after all. Duguyu glanced at the first elder. The Dugu family has no intention of becoming enemies with the Daoyi Academy. However, Yi Xian is the son of a trader of the Dugu family, and he possesses the Dugu family's most valuable treasure. Therefore, the Dugu family must bring him back. Hand him over. The first elder said in a deep voice. Yi Xian is no longer a student of the Daoyi Academy. As for his current whereabouts, the Daoyi Academy does not know either. Hearing this, Duguyu narrowed his eyes. It seems that the Daoyi Academy is still going to protect him. The first elder looked at Duguyu. Sir, he is indeed no longer a student of the Daoyi Academy. Duguyu sneered. Since the Daoyi Academy is unwilling to give the Dugu family face, then don't blame us for being impolite. With that, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the first elder's expression changed drastically. He slammed his right hand forward. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the air, and the first elder retreated. At this time, 4 figures appeared behind the first elder, and in the next moment, 4 pitch-black chains pierced through the first elder's limbs. At this time, the Daoyi Academy's experts rushed out, but when they saw the first elder being restrained, they stopped and dared not make a move. In the air, the first elder stared at Duguyu. Sir, you are. Duguyu waved his hand. The old man has no interest in wasting time with you. Let Yi Xian come out, or the Daoyi Academy will disappear from this world. The first elder sneered. How arrogant. Then he looked at the Daoyi Academy's experts. Attack. The experts hesitated, and the first elder roared, Attack. At this time, Duguyu suddenly said, "It's not easy for you to cultivate until now. Why would you sacrifice so many years of hard work for Yi Xian? As long as the Dao Yi Academy hands over Yi Xian, we will retreat immediately." An expert from the Dao Yi Academy said in a low voice, "Sir, Yi Xian is no longer a student of the Dao Yi Academy. As for his current location, we don't know either." Duguyu said indifferently, "The old man doesn't believe it." Hearing this, the expert's face darkened. "Is the Duga family going too far?" Duguyu snorted coldly. "Going too far? The Duga family sent people here, but they died tragically in the northern region. At that time, did you think this day would come?" Then he looked around coldly. 3 days. If Yi Xian doesn't show up in 3 days, the Duga family will bury the entire Dao Yi city and Dao Yi Academy with him. As soon as Duguyu's voice fell, the 4 figures nearby suddenly disappeared, and the first elder's limbs were sent flying. Blood spurted like a fountain. On the ground, the first elder's expression was grim. "Inform the dean. Recall the Dao soldiers." In the distance, Duguyu turned to look at a figure beside him. "Inform the master to destroy the Dao Yi Academy." The figure quietly retreated. End of this chapter. Chapter 396. Yi Xian sat silently within the hall, and a golden stream of air radiated from his body. This continued for an unknown period of time, before the golden stream of air suddenly surged into his body. In an instant, Yi Xian's skin turned golden like gold. Golden body. Invincible golden body. Yi Xian stood up and clenched his fists tightly. Crack. The hall around him collapsed. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet cracked layer by layer, and the cracks spread in all directions. Power. At that moment, Yi Xian felt like his entire body was filled with power, boundless power. At that moment, he was confident that he could fight the dragon from before. What a terrifying ability. Yi Xian was slightly amazed. Such an ability could be described as heaven-defying. After all, he was only at the void-piercing realm right now. But if he used the invincible golden body, any origin realm expert would be nothing before him. At this moment, a golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. The Earth God seal. Yi Xian said solemnly, "What's the use of this Earth God seal?" Jian Zizai said indifferently, "It's even more useful than your invincible golden body. This seal contains the qi of the mountains and rivers, as well as the qi of the sun, moon, and stars gathered by the God Kings. It's not just a type of qi, but it also contains the laws of the great ways of the God Kings. If you activate it, the power will be enough to destroy the world." Yi Xian was slightly excited. "Really?" Jian Zizai continued. "However, with your current strength, the backlash from activating the Earth God seal will be even more severe than the backlash from the pagoda of prison." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Why? Could it be that the Earth God seal is even more terrifying than the pagoda of prison?" Jian Zizai said, "The Earth God seal isn't bad, but it's naturally worlds apart from this pagoda. However, you have to understand that this pagoda recognizes you as its master. Although it's in a deep slumber, its instinctive consciousness won't harm you. However, the Earth God seal is different. It hasn't recognized you as its master. So if you forcefully activate it, it's equivalent to dying with it." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Just as he had expected, a treasure of this level wasn't something he could control right now. Just like the World Prism Pagoda, using this was equivalent to perishing together with the enemy. At this time, Jian Zizai said, "Although you can't use this item for the time being, it has 2 other effects. These 2 effects are of great benefit to you right now. One of them is the evil suppressing seal, which can suppress all evils. This seal contains draconic energy, and it's the draconic energy of a divine emperor. It's the nemesis of ordinary evil beings." Yi Xian quickly asked, "What's the second function?" Jian Zizai said, "The dragon qi in this seal is a great deterrent to ordinary demonic beasts, especially in your star domain. Among the demonic beasts in this star domain, giant dragons are already the top demonic beasts. Therefore, your dragon qi is almost unstoppable in this star domain. However, there are some special ones that don't fear your dragon qi. Yi Xian nodded. It's already very good. For him, it was already very satisfying. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. His body suddenly trembled violently. Soon, a flow of air spread out from his body, and not long after, his whole body fell straight down. Soft. At this moment, he had no strength in his body at all. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Yi Xian was shocked. This is, Jian Zizai said, the side effect of the invincible golden body. No, it should be said that your strength is too low, and you can't perfectly control this divine power. If you use this divine power now, you can at most maintain it for an hour. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. After an hour, you will be like you are now. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This divine power couldn't be used carelessly. About an hour later, Yi Xian's body had completely recovered. He left the hall, and as soon as he left this world, he received a voice transmission from Xiao Ge. In the starry sky, Yi Xian put away the voice transmission stone. His expression was frighteningly cold. The next moment, he boarded the nebula warship and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. Daoyi City. A storm was brewing in Daoyi City. For so many years, no one had dared to provoke Daoyi Academy. But now there was. The Duga family. This was a great family from the Qian domain. The people of Daoyi City didn't know much about this family, but they knew one thing about Daoyi. This family came from the Qian domain. That was enough. For a moment, everyone in Daoyi City felt insecure. Many people had even quietly left Daoyi City. Daoyi Academy had also recalled its experts. The entire Daoyi Academy was on high alert. Outside Daoyi City, Dugayu stood quietly. Behind him were 3 black-clothed men. The 3 of them were like shadows, incomparably ghostly. At noon, Dugayu suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Daoyi City. Time's up. As Duguyu's voice fell, 26 people suddenly appeared behind Duguyu. These 26 people were all wearing black armor and wielding long blades. All 26 of them were Origin Realm experts. In addition, there were 2 white-robed elders standing 1,000 feet behind these 26 people. The 2 elders had no aura at all, and their realms were unknown. Outside the city, Duguyu glanced at Daoyi City. This is your last chance. Will Daoyi Academy hand over Yi Xian? At this moment, the great elder appeared on top of the city wall. At this moment, his limbs were still missing. Although it was a simple matter for an expert like him to regrow limbs, it still depended on what caused it. Clearly, the 4 shadows had some special methods, so the Grand Elder wasn't able to regrow his limbs. On the city wall, the Grand Elder coldly stared at Duguyu. Duga family, I've already said that Yi Xian isn't in my Daoyi Academy. Duguyu said indifferently, kill. With that, the 3 shadows behind him were about to attack. But at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared on the city wall. Seeing this old man, the Grand Elder, and the others on the city wall immediately let out a sigh of relief. Dean. The person in front of them was the Dean of Daoyi Academy, Mu Qingming. And beside Mu Qingming stood a little girl Yi Ling. The current Yi Ling was already in the Origin Realm. Yi Ling quietly stood beside Mu Qingming. Seeing Mu Qingming, Duguyu's eyes slightly narrowed. I think you should be the Dean of Daoyi Academy. Mu Qingming glanced at Duguyu and the others. My Daoyi Academy doesn't seem to have any grudges with the Dugu family. Duguyu said indifferently, there are no grudges. This time, I only came for 2 people, Yi Xian and Yi Ling. If Daoyi Academy hand over these 2 people, we will immediately leave. Beside Mu Qingming, Yi Ling looked at Duguyu, but she didn't say anything. Mu Qingming chuckled. The Duga family is a big family in Heaven Domain, but my Daoyi Academy isn't a place that people can casually bully. Duguyu was expressionless. It seems that Daoyi Academy is preparing to fight to the death with my Duga family. Mu Qingming was about to speak, but at this time, Duguyu's expression changed. This chapter is not finished, please flip the page. In the next moment, the 2 old men who were 100 zhang away suddenly walked out, and directly arrived in front of Mu Qingming. Seeing these 2 people, Mu Qingming's complexion immediately changed. Supreme Realm. These 2 people were both at the Supreme Realm. At this moment, Mu Qingming knew that the Duge family wasn't joking. For the sake of Yi Xian and Yi Ling, the Duge family didn't hesitate to start a war with the Dao Yi Academy. Thinking of this, Mu Qingming's complexion sank. Below, Duge Yu said, Dean Mu, my Duge family knows that your Dao Yi Academy still has some trump cards. For example, your Dao Yi Academy's ancestor, Dao Yi, left behind a strand of divine soul. Saying this, he smiled faintly. Dean Mu, you can summon this strand of divine soul and see if it can stop my Duge family. On the city wall, Mu Qingming said in a deep voice, Are these two siblings really that important to your Duge family? Duge Yu said faintly, This has nothing to do with Dean Mu. Now Dean Mu can declare his position. If you want to fight, then fight immediately. If you want peace, then ask Dean Mu to hand over Yi Xian and Yi Ling. On the city wall, Mu Qingming looked at the two old men in front of him. Both of them were at the supreme realm. He was confident that he could defeat one of them. But if the two of them joined hands, he would be restrained. At that time, the Dao Yi Academy would be in great danger. If the Dao Yi Academy lost, there would be no Dao Yi Academy in this world. If the Dao Yi Academy won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, there would also be no Dao Yi Academy in this world. Because the Pyrrhic victory of the Dao Yi Academy would be greatly reduced in strength. At that time, even if the Duge family didn't make a move, the forces of the Northern Territory would still devour the Dao Yi Academy. This was a battle that couldn't be won. Thinking of this, Mu Qingming slowly closed his eyes. The scene immediately quieted down. And at this time, Yi Ling, who was not far away, suddenly said in a soft voice, Master will hand me over to them, right? Mu Qingming looked at Yi Ling. Yi Ling grinned. I won't blame Master. Mu Qingming asked, Why? Yi Ling said in a soft voice, Big Brother told me that a person can't be too selfish and can only think of himself. The Academy doesn't owe us siblings anything, and Master also doesn't owe me anything. Moreover, they are targeting me and Big Brother. In the end, it was me and Big Brother who implicated the Academy. This is the matter of us siblings. After saying that, she turned around and looked at Duge Yu. I'll go back with you. Let go of my Big Brother, okay? Duge Yu glanced at Yi Ling and said indifferently, Take him away. In an instant, 4 black chains directly locked Yi Ling. On the city wall, Mu Qingming wanted to make a move, but the two old men in front of him had already locked their auras on him. Mu Qingming's complexion was somewhat unsightly. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he didn't make a move. As for Yi Ling, she slightly lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. Below, an old man beside Duge Yu said, Kill her? Duge Yu shook his head. Bring her back and imprison her together with her mother. I believe that if that woman sees her, her expression will definitely be very marvelous. Moreover, with this girl here, that Yi Xian will definitely appear. The old man slightly nodded. Soon, a shadow took Yi Ling and disappeared from the top of the city wall. And on the city wall, a small wooden person quietly fell down. This wooden person was exactly the same as Yi Xian. P.S. Yesterday, I received a piece of news. One of my peers, who was also writing, suddenly died. This isn't a joke. This profession often stays up late. Lives are irregular. And it is especially easy for the body to have problems. Every profession is not easy. Let's all work hard together. End of this chapter. Chapter 397. On the city wall, Mu Qingming was silent. He really liked Yi Ling, and had always been training her as the next dean of Dao Yi Academy. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings for her. However, he had no choice. Dao Yi Academy was inferior to Duge family. This was a fact. Moreover, Dao Yi Academy did not only have Yi Ling. As the dean, he had to consider more students. Thus, he could not make a move. If he made a move, Dao Yi Academy would be consigned to eternal damnation. Just like this, Yi Ling was taken away by the experts of Duge family. Below, the great elder wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. Thinking from another perspective, he knew that Mu Qingming could not make a move. Although this was a disgrace to Dao Yi Academy, Nothing could be done because the other party was strong. Their strength was inferior, so there was nothing they could do. Outside the city, Duguyu coldly looked at Mu Qingming and the others. Dean Mu, that Yi Xian. At this moment, a sword cry resounded from the horizon. Everyone turned to look and saw a sword light flying over from the horizon. Soon, the sword light landed in front of the gate of Daoyi City. The sword light dispersed, revealing Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Mu Qingming beside the great elder. Are you the dean? Mu Qingming sized up Yi Xian and nodded. Yi Xian was delighted and quickly asked, Dean Mu, where is my little sister? Little sister. After parting from Azure World, he had not seen Yi Ling for a long time. He missed her very much. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Mu Qingming turned silent. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Dean, did something happen? Next to Mu Qingming, the great elder sighed. Yi Ling was taken away by Duga family. Taken away. Down below, Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment he roared furiously. How could you let her be taken away? On the city wall, an old man from the Daoyi Academy said coldly. If we don't let her be taken away, are we supposed to keep her company? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rose from the ground, and then the old man who spoke was blasted away. This flight covered a distance of several thousand feet. When it stopped, the old man's body exploded. Seeing this, the faces of the Daoyi Academy experts fell. On the city wall, Mu Qingming looked at Yi Xian in shock. He knew a thing or two about Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was very talented, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so strong. Yi Xian's expression was ferocious as he roared. Daoyi Academy doesn't want to implicate Daoyi Academy because of her. This father fucking understands. But why did you hand her over to Duga family? Why? If you can't protect her, then say so earlier. I, Yi Xian, will protect her myself. Mu Qingming said in a deep voice. This matter is very important. Old man. In the distance, Yi Xian laughed at himself. It's my fault. I shouldn't have handed my little sister over to anyone. I should have taken care of her myself. After saying that, he turned to look at Duguyu. Duguyu coldly stared at Yi Xian. Will you go back with me? Or should I bring your head back? Yi Xian's expression was ferocious. I, Yi Xian, swear on my soul to the heavens that I will destroy Duga family with all my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Chi! A tearing sound echoed in the battlefield. When Yi Xian reappeared, he was already in front of Duguyu. In the next moment, a sword light slashed towards Duguyu. Life and death decided by unsheathing sword. After his body was tempered by the dragon blood, this life and death decided by unsheathing sword had undergone a qualitative change. The power of life and death decided by unsheathing sword had undergone a qualitative change. As the sword fell, the space around Duguyu cracked into a web. Under this sword, Duguyu's expression changed. He was terrified. He didn't expect Yi Xian's sword to be so terrifying. Not only did Duguyu not expect it, but everyone else also didn't expect it. Everyone was stunned by this strike. Duguyu brought his hands together before Yi Xian, and a golden energy swept out from his hands. In an instant, Yi Xian's sword strike was engulfed. A moment of silence. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the golden energy instantly shattered, and a figure was sent flying. This figure was Duguyu. As he flew, Duguyu's body started to crack inch by inch. When he stopped, only his soul remained. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they saw this scene. After all, Duguyu was a peak origin realm expert. However, Yi Xian had shattered his body with just a single sword strike. Even Duguyu himself was stunned. One sword strike. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take a single sword strike from Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. Duguyu, who was already a soul, had a change of expression as he retreated rapidly. Yi Xian was even faster, and he arrived before Duguyu again. However, with a flash of a black shadow, he returned to his original spot. In front of Duguyu stood an old man. A supreme realm. The old man stared at Yi Xian, a great sword immortal, and his battle prowess far surpasses ordinary great sword immortals. Nearby, Duguyu roared angrily, "Kill him!" Kill him. At this moment, his respect for Yi Xian turned into fear. A deep fear. Yi Xian was too monstrous. Even the Duga family didn't dare to let such a monster continue to grow. In front of Yi Xian, the old man's eyes gradually turned cold. Clearly, the talent and battle prowess that Yi Xian displayed made him feel fear. Right now, he wasn't afraid of Yi Xian at all. However, Yi Xian was still young. Too young. The old man raised his right hand, and a black chain quietly condensed in his hand. In the next moment, this black chain pierced through space and shot towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't retreat, but advanced instead. He took a step forward, drew his sword and slashed. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Yi Xian retreated rapidly, and the black chain firmly blocked Yi Xian's sword. At the same time, a wave of black energy continuously corroded towards Yi Xian. Be careful, it's the aura of death. At this moment, the voice of the god on the second floor rang in Yi Xian's mind. The aura of death. Yi Xian hurriedly mobilized the Qi of Chaos. With the appearance of the Qi of Chaos, the black aura of death instantly disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian stopped. In the distance, the old man stared at him. You can actually block my aura of death. Yi Xian didn't reply. He leaped up and charged towards the old man again, fighting the Supreme Realm. Seeing this scene, the old man's face turned cold. Old man, let's see how monstrous you are. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his right foot. Boom! The entire sky shook violently, and countless spatial forces crushed towards Yi Xian like a tidal wave. In the surroundings, no one could see where Yi Xian was, because the space where Yi Xian was already distorted. Sensing the surrounding spatial forces, Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless, and he hurriedly took out the Space Dao Law. In the next moment, he stomped his right foot. He stomped his foot. Break! As soon as he spoke, the Space Dao Law between his eyebrows trembled slightly. In the next moment, the surrounding spatial forces instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the entire sky returned to normal. Seeing this, the old man in front of Yi Xian narrowed his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? You. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, a sword light slashed down from the old man's head. This sword was extremely fast. In front of Yi Xian, the old man smiled coldly and waved his sleeve. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The old man didn't attack again. He stared at Yi Xian. How did you do it? He was still extremely shocked that Yi Xian had easily broken his spatial forces. It should be known that although void-piercing realm powerhouses could control the power of space, this control was not at the same level as the power of space he had just displayed. However, Yi Xian had easily broken his spatial forces. It was not normal. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent. With his current strength, under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to beat a Supreme Realm expert. The strength of the person in front of him was not much weaker than the Lord of the Realm Defense Alliance. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't beat him. However, even if he couldn't beat him, he had to fight. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Second floor god, can you help me? Please." Now, he didn't want to waste time here, because his sister had fallen into the hands of others. He had to quickly get rid of the people here. After a moment of silence, the second floor god said, "Yes. However, I will only make a move this time. My vitality has not completely recovered, so I can't attack too much." Hearing this, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Thank you." As he spoke, he looked up at Du Guyu below. In the next moment, he turned into a sword light and rushed towards Du Guyu. Not far away, Du Guyu's expression changed drastically. He retreated rapidly, and the old man was about to attack. At this moment, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man. Second floor god. Seeing the second floor god, the old man was stunned, and then said, "Who are you?" At this moment, the second floor god waved his right claw. Boom! The old man was directly sent flying hundreds of meters away. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Below, Yi Xian had already appeared in front of Du Guyu. Du Guyu, who was already in soul form, could be said to be unable to fight back in front of Yi Xian. Qi. Under the gazes of countless people, Yi Xian's sword pierced through Du Guyu's soul. In the next moment, Du Guyu's soul started to gradually turn illusory. Du Guyu stared fixedly at Yi Xian and roared like a wild beast. Yi Xian, you'll be accompanying the old man soon. You. Yi Xian laughed savagely. Accompany you? Don't worry, you won't be lonely. I'll make everyone in the Du Gu family accompany you. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed diagonally. Qi. Du Guyu's soul instantly vanished without a trace. After he killed Du Guyu, Yi Xian turned to look at the 20 people in the distance. In the next moment, he charged towards them. Kill. The 20 people charged towards Yi Xian as well. On the city wall, an old man by Mu Qingming's side said in a low voice, he must be stopped. If he kills these people, then the Du Gu family will definitely vent their anger on our Daoyi Academy. Mu Qingming glanced at the distant Yi Xian, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, stop. Chapter 398. Stop. Not far away, Yi Xian stopped and turned his head to look at Mu Qingming. The latter said gravely, Yi Xian, doing this is tantamount to cutting off the path between yourself and the Dugu family. Yi Xian sneered. Dean Mu, do you think that the Dugu family will let me off? Will they? Mu Qingming said. Yi Xian, if you kill them here, the Dugu family will be furious, and it will bring a calamity to Daoyi City. Yi Xian's smile grew increasingly savage. Then according to Dean Mu, what should I do? Surrender? Mu Qingming was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Dean Mu, this is a matter between me and the Dugu family. Since you can't make them stop, you'd better shut up. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and charged towards the group of experts from the Dugu clan. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingming's expression sank, but in the end, he didn't say anything. At this moment, he realized that the Daoyi Academy couldn't afford to offend the Dugu family. But this Yi Xian didn't seem to be simple either. This was because the second-floor god had single-handedly blocked 2 supreme realm powerhouses. In the distance, Yi Xian fought against over 20 origin realm experts all by himself. Right from the beginning, Yi Xian was at an absolute disadvantage. However, before long, the origin realm experts became rather surprised, because they noticed that Yi Xian's body was too formidable. It was so strong that it could resist their strength. Aside from that, Yi Xian's sword was extremely terrifying. None of the origin realm experts could withstand a single strike from Yi Xian. Killing intent surged in Yi Xian's heart when he thought about how Yi Ling's fate was unknown. A sword box suddenly appeared behind him, and in the next moment a sword flew out. In the blink of an eye, an origin realm expert several dozen meters to his right was beheaded. Saint-rank flying sword. The expressions of the experts from the Dugu clan changed drastically when they saw this. Yi Xian was holding a saint-rank flying sword, and it wasn't an ordinary one. And now Yi Xian had another one. Since when were saint-rankers so common? Very soon, the origin realm experts died one by one, until only 12 remained. Yi Xian had slain 8 of them. As for the 2 supreme experts, they were still being held back by the second-floor guru. The second-floor guru was fighting 1 against 2, and was not at a disadvantage at all. On the city wall, Yi Xian, who was not far from Mu Qingming and the others, had an incomparably grave expression. They had never thought that Yi Xian would actually be able to fend off over 20 origin realm experts all by himself. After all, Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm right now. A monster. Far too much of a monster. The Grand Elder beside Mu Qingming growled. It's a pity that our Daoyi Academy can't protect the 2 of them. Otherwise, our Daoyi Academy will definitely be able to return to its former glory with the 2 of them. Mu Qingming said softly. It's a pity that our Daoyi Academy can't keep them. The Grand Elder nodded. He admired Yi Xian as well. However, it seemed like Yi Xian was facing far too many problems right now. These problems would bring disaster to the Daoyi Academy. At this moment, a miserable shriek suddenly rang out in the distance. Everyone looked over, and saw that there were only 3 Origin Realm experts left before Yi Xian. Beside Yi Xian was a pile of corpses. The 3 remaining Origin Realm experts did not choose to continue fighting. Instead, they chose to flee. This was because they knew very well that continuing to fight would only be sending them to their deaths. However, Yi Xian did not choose to let them go. Instead, he chased after them. Around 15 minutes later, Yi Xian returned to the city walls. His sword was still bleeding. Kill them all. In the air, the second-floor goddess suddenly stopped. She retreated to Yi Xian's side. The 2 old men did not dare to continue fighting either. They were extremely fearful of the second-floor goddess. One of the old men glanced at the second-floor goddess deeply before looking down. When he saw the corpses on the ground, his face immediately sank. In the end, he looked at Yi Xian. How dare you kill the people of my Duga family? Below, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the old man. He grinned. His smile was rather insane. Kill the people of your Duga family? This is only the beginning. I'll kill everyone in your Duga family. The old man's expression became rather vicious. Just you? With that, he was about to attack, but at this moment, the second-floor goddess suddenly said, "Scram!" Hearing the second-floor goddess's words, the old man's expression immediately became rather ugly. He glanced at the second-floor goddess, but in the end, he chose not to attack. Because he was not confident. Moreover, he could feel that from the beginning until now, this mysterious beast before him had not used its full strength. The other party was still hiding its strength. After a moment of silence, the old man glanced coldly at Yi Xian below. The old man will wait for you at the Duga family. If you don't come in 3 days, my Duga family will make your mother and sister suffer a fate worse than death. With that, he and the other old man directly turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Next to Yi Xian, the second-floor goddess glanced at Yi Xian before disappearing on the spot. With a wave of his right hand, Yi Xian collected the storage rings of the corpses on the ground. He then turned around and left. At this moment, the first elder suddenly said, "Yi Xian." Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. The first elder solemnly asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Xian indifferently replied, "Where do you think I will go, first elder?" The first elder solemnly said, "Yi Xian, the Duga family is not ordinary. You must not be impulsive." Yi Xian said nothing and quickly disappeared into the distance. The first elder softly sighed. What happened in Daoyi City quickly spread throughout the northern region, and so did the 2 words Yi Xian. One person killed over 20 Origin Realm cultivators. Moreover, Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm. The departure of Yi Xian and his sister was a great blow to the reputation of the Daoyi Academy. Everyone knew that the Daoyi Academy had abandoned Yi Xian and his sister out of fear of the Duga family from the Heaven region. In the past, countless young geniuses of the northern region wanted to become students of the Daoyi Academy, but now, many people no longer thought so. What was the point of joining an academy that couldn't even protect its students? When the Daoyi Academy learned of this negative impact, Mu Qingming and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly. They considered the consequences of protecting Yi Xian and his sister, but they didn't consider the consequences of abandoning Yi Xian and his sister to the Daoyi Academy. However, Mu Qingming didn't regret his decision, because if they protected Yi Xian, they would not only lose their reputation, but also the entire Daoyi Academy. If they lost their reputation, they could slowly earn it back. But if the Daoyi Academy was gone, what was the point of having a good reputation? Outside the Daoyi city, a woman walked over. When she arrived in front of the city gate, she glanced at the Daoyi city. At this time, she stopped and listened attentively. Beside the city gate, there were people talking. After a while, the woman softly said, "So you have already left the Daoyi Academy. It seems that this queen doesn't need to go to the Daoyi Academy." After saying that, she turned around and left. Not long after the woman left, another woman came to the Daoyi city. This woman wore a white dress and didn't have a speck of dust on her. At this time, the dean of the Daoyi Academy, Mu Qingming, suddenly appeared in front of the city gate. Looking at the woman in front of him, Mu Qingming said in surprise, "Little N, Why did you come back at this time? The woman in front of him was Enlancio, and Lancio looked at Mu Qingming. Did the dean abandon the siblings? Mu Qingming solemnly said, I have no other choice. Enlancio slightly nodded. I understand. After saying that, she turned around and left. Mu Qingming asked, Where are you going? Enlancio softly said, From now on, I am no longer a student of the Daoyi Academy. Hearing this, Mu Qingming's expression changed. Why? Because of the siblings. Enlancio said, I brought Yi Ling to the Daoyi Academy, but the academy directly handed her over to the Dugu clan. After saying that, she slightly shook her head. I can understand that the Daoyi Academy doesn't want to offend the Dugu clan for the siblings, but they shouldn't have handed her over to the Dugu clan like this. This matter, the academy was wrong. I'll take my leave. After saying that, she directly disappeared. In front of the city gate, Mu Qingming's expression was extremely ugly. In the entire Daoyi Academy, the three most monstrous people were the siblings Yi Xian and Enlancio. But now the three most monstrous people had left. Mu Qingming raised his head to look at the distant horizon, his eyes somewhat vacant. Now he was somewhat confused about the future of the Daoyi Academy. At this moment, he was somewhat doubtful, doubting his decision at that time. After a while, he softly sighed and turned around to leave. After Yi Xian left the Daoyi city, he immediately took the Starcloud warship and rushed to the Heaven Domain. Heaven Domain. Yi Ling was brought to the Dugu clan of the Heaven Domain. Now he was burning with anxiety, because he didn't know how the Dugu clan would treat Yi Ling Dugu clan. On the deck of the Starcloud warship, Yi Xian quietly stood, his expression extremely gloomy, and his sword case was still on his back. Dugu clan. These three words, from the Daoyi city until now, he had silently recited them in his heart at least 1,000 times. At this moment, a black-robed person suddenly appeared in front of his Starcloud warship. Yi Xian stopped. The black-robed person looked at Yi Xian, his expression somewhat complicated. Young master. Yi Xian slightly frowned. Young master? The black-robed person said in a deep voice, I am the young lady's housekeeper called Dugu Yen. Dugu clan. On Yi Xian's back, the sword case slightly trembled. At this moment, Dugu Yen hurriedly said, Young master, I have no malice towards you. Yi Xian said, The young lady you mentioned, is she? The black-robed person softly sighed. Young master, I know you have always resented the young lady, resenting her for leaving you and your sister at that time. But the young lady also had her own difficulties. If she didn't leave in advance, once the Dugu clan found out about you and your sister, you would have died at that time. Speaking up to here, he looked at Yi Xian. Do you know, in order to protect you and your sister, the young lady is still imprisoned in that dark purgatory. Chapter 399. On the Starcloud warship, Yi Xian stood quietly and didn't speak. Dugu Yin glanced at Yi Xian and said, Miss left you and your sister because she owes you, but she had no choice. In order to protect you and your sister, she had to leave you. Yi Xian shook his head. Now I just want to save my sister. Dugu Yin sighed. Young master, don't you care about Miss? Yi Xian was silent. As for that woman, he had almost forgotten what she looked like. Dugu Yin said again, Young master. Yi Xian shook his head. Just take me to the Dugu family. Now I just want to save my sister. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to save his sister. Dugu Yin glanced at Yi Xian. If you go to the Dugu family like this, you will die. Yi Xian said, Just lead the way. Dugu Yin sighed and didn't say anything else. The Starcloud warship was getting faster and faster. 2 days later, Yi Xian's Starcloud warship arrived at a place called the Thousand Star City, because there was a teleportation array in this city that led to the Heaven Domain. The entire never-ending star region was very big. If the three domains didn't use teleportation arrays, with the speed of the Starcloud warship, they wouldn't be able to reach the Heaven Domain in a year. Yi Xian and Dugu Yen got off the Starcloud warship and went straight to the city. On the way, Dugu Yen said, In the Heaven Domain, the most powerful person is the never-ending palace. This mysterious force is the master of the Heaven Domain, and the palace master of the never-ending palace is unfathomable. In addition, under the never-ending palace, there are the boundless Holy Land and the North and South martial sects. Under these two sects, there are three major families, and the Duga family is one of them. At this point he looked at Yi Xian. The Duga family has a wide network in the heaven domain. They have 5 supreme realm experts. Apart from that, they also have a mysterious shadow soldier army. Each of these shadow soldier army is a top expert. Young master, your talent is not bad, and your strength is even more shocking. However, if you want to fight against the entire Duga family by yourself, that's impossible. Yi Xian said nothing. Duga Yin smiled bitterly. In this period of time, he had already persuaded countless times, but Yi Xian did not listen. Going to the Duga family like this is akin to throwing away your life. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Then what do you think we should do? Take time to think about it. Will my sister still be alive after a long consideration?" Dugu Yin said solemnly, "But if you go like this, you're merely going to throw your life away." Yi Xian said softly, "Even if I die, I won't let her be alone." With that he quickened his pace. Behind Yi Xian, Dugu Yin sighed softly. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a transmission formation. After paying the transmission fee, he was about to enter it. However, at this moment a voice suddenly came from afar. "Wait!" As the voice fell, the teleportation formation beneath Yi Xian's feet immediately fell silent. Yi Xian turned around. Not far in front of him, a middle-aged man and 4 old men walked towards him. On the left side of the middle-aged man's chest, there was a small, yin character. The middle-aged man walked in front of Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. He said coldly, "You're Yi Xian? My yin family's items." At this moment Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a sword slashed down from the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, he could only block hastily. Boom! With an explosion, the middle-aged man was sent flying hundreds of meters away. At this moment, his physical body had already been destroyed, leaving only his soul. The middle-aged man stood rooted to the ground, and the 4 old men he had brought were also somewhat dumbfounded. This Yi Xian was so powerful? Yi Xian did not attack again. Instead, he returned to the teleportation formation and turned to the side. "Send me to the heaven domain." An old man walked out from where Yi Xian was looking. He looked deeply at Yi Xian and was about to speak. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly said angrily, "Yi Xian, leave behind my yin family's treasure. Otherwise my yin family will." At this moment Yi Xian, who was on the teleportation formation, suddenly turned around and roared angrily, "To hell with your ancestors." With that he disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. In the distance the middle-aged man, who was already a soul, was shocked. He was about to attack when a sword light pierced through his forehead. Whoosh! In an instant, the middle-aged man's soul disappeared. A single strike to the soul. This time, Yi Xian did not return to the teleportation formation. Instead, he charged towards the 4 experts beside him. In less than 15 minutes, there were 4 more corpses on the ground. Instant kill. At the moment, Yi Xian was giving off a strong killing intent. It was extremely strong. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the old man in charge of the teleportation formation nearby. The latter hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with us." Yi Xian did not attack. He walked onto the teleportation formation, and Dugu Yin hurriedly followed. Very soon, the 2 of them disappeared into the teleportation formation. Seeing the 2 of them disappear, the old man immediately let out a sigh of relief. "I almost got into trouble." After all, the corpses before him were all Origin Realm experts. However, they had been instantly killed just like that. It was an instant kill. This kind of person was definitely not an ordinary person. After who knew how long, Yi Xian heard voices. Very soon he stopped. At this moment, he was standing on a teleportation formation. Beside him was Dugu Yin. Yi Xian said softly, "The heaven region." Dugu Yin shook his head. "It's only the outskirts of the heaven region. However, it will take half a day at most to get to the Duga family." Yi Xian nodded. To the Dugu family. Dugu Yin hurriedly said. Your objective is to save your sister, right? Yi Xian nodded. Dugu Yin said. If we want to save Miss Ling, we should go to the Avicii Purgatory because she should be locked there. Yi Xian asked. Where is the Avicii Purgatory? Dugu Yin said. It's a prison. Yi Xian frowned. The Dugu family? Dugu Yin shook his head. This Avicii Purgatory doesn't belong to the Dugu family. It's a very mysterious place because no one knows who created it. They only know that it's ownerless and is jointly managed by the 3 great clans. The 3 clans have researched it for many years, but they haven't found anything special about it. As a result, they treat it as a prison to lock up those who have committed crimes in their respective clans. Yi Xian said softly, Let's go to the Avicii Purgatory. Dugu Yin nodded. I'll lead the way. With that, he disappeared on the spot with Yi Xian. The 2 of them found a star-cloud battleship and entered the boundless outer space. On the deck, Dugu Yin said, Young master, this Avicii Purgatory isn't simple. Not only are there experts from the 3 clans guarding this place, but it's also rather strange. This prison has a total of 9 levels. Up until now, even Supreme Realm powerhouses did not dare to go to the 9th level. As for what exactly is on the 9th level, only the heads of the clans know. With that, he looked at Yi Xian. Young lady is locked at the entrance to the 8th level. If young lady Xiaoling is also in this Avicii Purgatory, she should be with young lady. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Dugu Yin glanced at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Young master, rumor has it that there's a super expert behind you. Yi Xian didn't answer. Dugu Yin smiled bitterly and didn't ask any more. About 2 hours later, the Starcloud battleship stopped. Dugu Yin pointed into the distance. Yi Xian looked in the direction where Dugu Yin was pointing. In the depths of the distant outer space, there was a pitch-black palace. The palace had a strange shape and looked a little like a tower, with a total of 8 levels. Around this palace, it was pitch-black, without a single bit of light. Moreover, even from so far away, Yi Xian could sense an invisible suction force. Beside Yi Xian, Dugu Yin growled, There's a black hole in the depths of this place. Regular people can't approach it at all. Even Origin Realm experts can be crushed to pieces if they're not careful. Yi Xian said, You stay here. With that, Yi Xian left the Starcloud battleship. At this moment, Dugu Yin suddenly said, The elites of the 3 clans are guarding this Avicii Purgatory. Don't alarm them, or the experts of the 3 clans will immediately send reinforcements. In the distance, Yi Xian had already vanished. The closer Yi Xian approached the Avicii Purgatory, the stronger the suction force became. If it were not for the fact that his body had been tempered by the dragon's blood, it would have been impossible for him to approach the Avicii Purgatory with his current level of cultivation. Yi Xian became even more cautious. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the Avicii Purgatory. Of course, he was currently using chaotic chi to hide himself. Even Ultimate Realm experts would struggle to discover him. He also discovered that there were a few obscure presences in the surroundings of the palace. They were all very powerful. Clearly, they were all experts of the 3 clans. Yi Xian snuck into the palace silently. He knew that he had arrived on the 1st floor. The 1st floor was pitch black, and there were black cages in the surroundings. There were humans and demons in the cages, but they were all on the verge of death as if they had been tortured. Yi Xian did not stop there. He went to the 2nd floor. There were also some cages on the 2nd floor, but there were much fewer of them than on the 1st floor. Besides, the ones locked up on the 2nd floor were much stronger than those on the 1st floor. Very soon, Yi Xian arrived on the 3rd floor. There was an unpleasant smell of blood on the 3rd floor. Blood. Corpses. The entire 3rd floor was covered in blood and corpses. Yi Xian did not stop. He continued downwards and arrived on the 4th floor. The 4th floor was very, very quiet. Yi Xian glanced around. He sensed some auras in the surroundings. The weakest were at the Origin Realm. Yi Xian frowned. Dugu Yin had said that the Avicii Purgatory was used to imprison people who had committed crimes within the 3 clans. Now it seemed that things were not that simple. This was because he discovered that some of the people imprisoned were not humans at all. Yi Xian did not think too much about it, and continued downwards. When he arrived on the 5th floor, Yi Xian's expression changed. There was an extremely powerful aura imprisoned on the 5th floor. Supreme Realm. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly rang out. So it's this place. Chapter 400. This place. Yi Xian frowned. What place? Jian Zizai said softly. Avicii Purgatory. Rumor has it that it was created by the underworld god of the underworld King Starfield. Its purpose was to imprison the underworld King Starfield's greatest enemy, the divine race. Divine race? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Are they all gods? Jian Zizai sneered. What gods? It's just a title they gave themselves. Speaking to this point, she paused slightly. However, there are indeed many powerful experts in this race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the all-heaven Starfield back then. Yi Xian said. Are they still there? Jian Zizai said indifferently. They're all gone. This underworld King Starfield is also gone. Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Why is it gone? Jian Zizai said. If one is too powerful, they will lose themselves. Back then, the divine race dominated the all-heaven Starfield. How arrogant were they? Speaking to this point, she paused slightly, then continued. This Avicii Purgatory was created by the underworld god back then. Many experts of the divine race are imprisoned inside. I don't know why it ended up here. In short, this thing is not a simple thing. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. How does this thing compare to my world prison pagoda? Are you a pig? Jian Zizai suddenly said. Are you sure your brain isn't that of a pig? Yi Xian was speechless. Jian Zizai said again. This Avicii Purgatory is indeed extraordinary. However, how can it compare to your world prison pagoda? Yi Xian asked. Why can't it compare? Jian Zizai said. This pagoda of yours is not an object of this universe. It represents a higher martial civilization. You have yet to experience its terror. World Prison Pagoda. Yi Xian was silent. He still didn't understand the pagoda. However, he knew that possessing the pagoda was both a blessing and a curse. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian continued down. Soon he arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th floor was brightly lit with candlelight. In this 6th floor, there was only a single demonic beast. This demonic beast was shaped like a wolf, but its tail was extremely long like a dragon's tail. Furthermore, there were 2 long horns on its head. These 2 horns were like blades emitting a chilling aura. Yi Xian did not disturb the demonic beast, and continued to walk down. Just as he reached the door, Jian Zizai suddenly said, the heavenly demonic wolf was a demonic beast raised by the god clan in the past. It is extremely fast and powerful. Yi Xian said softly, I can't subdue it. Jian Zizai said, that's true. Yi Xian continued walking down. He could sense how powerful the heavenly demon wolf was. Its aura had surpassed the supreme realm. However, he knew very well that a demonic beast of this level would never submit to him. If he couldn't subdue the other party, and alarmed the surrounding experts, he would be in deep trouble. Moreover, he only wanted to save his sister. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the 7th floor. When he arrived, a cold aura hit him in the face. At the same time, he felt a mysterious aura lock onto him. Yi Xian was shocked. Had someone discovered him? At this moment, a surprised voice came from in front of him. At such a young age, you've already become a great sword immortal, and your body has been tempered by dragon blood. Not bad, not bad. You're qualified to be the old man's disciple. Yi Xian was speechless. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over. The voice said again. This chapter is not over. Please continue. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then walked over. Soon he saw an iron cage. Inside the iron cage sat an old man. The old man's beard and hair were all white, and his hair was as messy as a chicken's nest. The old man looked at Yi Xian, and clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad at all. Yi Xian said, Senior, you are? The old man stood up. Hurry up and kneel to acknowledge me as your master. Yi Xian was speechless. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, the old man said angrily, Brat, Do you know who you're standing in front of? You. At this point he suddenly leaned forward. Save me, and the old man will make you the overlord of this star field. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then shook his head. Senior, can't you come out yourself? The old man's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he said somewhat crazily, if the old man could come out, would I still call you? Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, this place is special. I can't save you. The old man stared at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian turned to leave. At this moment the old man suddenly said, what's concealing your aura is chaotic qi, right? Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Yes. The old man said. If you can have this qi, you must not be an ordinary person. Yi Xian thought for a moment then said, Senior, are you from the Protoss? The old man said, yes. The Protoss. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked, Senior, do you know Jin's eye? The reason why he asked this was because he remembered what the God Emperor had said. Jin's eye seemed to be the best fighter in the God realm. When he heard Yi Xian's words, the old man's expression instantly changed. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. How do you know her? How do you know her? Why? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why was this guy's reaction so big? At this moment, the old man suddenly stood in front of him and stared at Yi Xian. How do you know her name? Why? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Miss Jin, you seem to be very famous. Jin's eye said, just eso. At this moment, the old man in front of Yi Xian said angrily, tell me, how do you know her? Yi Xian thought for a moment then said, I know her. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the old man roared, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could she know an ant like you? How could she? Yi Xian said, I do know her. The old man stared at Yi Xian. After a moment he said, where is she? Yi Xian said, Senior, do you know her? The old man was silent. Yi Xian said, Senior, if you don't want to say, then I will take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment the old man suddenly said, she is the daughter of the Protoss Patriarch. Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at the old man. The old man said, she was young and had mediocre talent. Moreover, she was a woman. Therefore, she had always been disliked by the Protoss. Even the Patriarch looked down on her. One year, her mother died tragically in the Divine Palace. She knelt in front of the Divine Palace for 3 days and 3 nights, begging the Patriarch to bury her mother in the Divine Palace. However, speaking of this, he laughed at himself. Her mother was just a lowly palace maid. How could she be qualified to be buried in the Divine Palace? Therefore, the Patriarch ignored her. She took her mother's body and left the Protoss. 15 years have passed since I left. Yi Xian asked curiously. And then? The old man was silent for a moment. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. Then he said, after 15 years she came back. That day, she challenged the Patriarch in front of the Divine Palace. She personally cut off the head of the strongest Patriarch of the Protoss and hung it above the Divine Palace. Not only that, but almost all the experts of the Protoss were slaughtered by her on that day. Apart from that, my God clan's shrine was burned to the ground by her. At that time, my God clan's vitality was greatly damaged and we declined from then on. Yi Xian was silent. He did not expect that Jin's eye was really from the Protoss. Moreover, he was so terrifying that he had slaughtered almost all the peak experts of the Protoss. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. If it was not for the World Prism Pagoda, would he have died 100 times? At this time, the old man sat on the ground. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After that I never saw her again. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. Where did you see her? Yi Xian said softly, Senior, I still have something to do. I will take my leave first. After saying that, he turned and left. The old man stared at Yi Xian. This time he did not stop him. On the way to the 8th floor, Yi Xian asked, Miss Jian, are you from the Protoss? Jian's eye said calmly, does it have anything to do with you? You can't even handle your own matters, yet you ask about others' matters. You're worrying for nothing. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm just curious. very curious. Jian Zizai did not say anything else. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. He quickened his pace, and soon arrived at the entrance to the 8th floor. At the entrance, Yi Xian stopped. He was silent for a moment before entering. Soon he arrived at the 8th floor. The 8th floor was very quiet. There was a cold and gloomy aura around him. Everything around him was silent. Yi Xian walked forward. At this moment, he was still using the chaotic energy to hide his aura. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. This infernal purgatory is currently in a masterless state. It seems to be in a deep sleep. How about it? Do you want to subdue it? Yi Xian said in a low voice. What do I want this thing for? Jian Zizai thought for a moment and said, although you have the World Prism Pagoda, it is not something you can control right now. However, you can control this infernal purgatory. If you can control it, you can use it to enter Pluto's star field. At this point she stopped. Yi Xian was a little wary. Why would I go to Pluto's star field? Jian Zizai said, just treat it as a trip. It's quite nice there. Yi Xian shook his head and ignored Jian Zizai. He continued walking forward. The further he went, the stronger the cold aura became. At this moment, he felt as if his whole body was being pierced by ice. It was a bone-piercing pain. Jian Zizai said again, if you have this infernal purgatory and activate it, you can turn a star field into hell. This pagoda contains an extremely terrifying aura of death. Once it is released, it will be very terrifying. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, there should be a sword in the depths of this infernal purgatory. A sword that can suppress souls and ghosts. If you can obtain it, and use it with that soul-setting sword of yours, TSK. At this moment Yi Xian stopped. Not far in front of him was a long pillar. A woman was tied to the pillar. The woman's limbs were tightly nailed, and she could not move at all. Seeing this woman, Yi Xian froze in place. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar face. End of this chapter. Chapter 401. At this moment, the woman on the pillar seemed to sense something. She opened her eyes and looked towards where Yi Xian was standing. When she saw Yi Xian, she was stunned. In the next moment, tears poured out of the woman's eyes. Opposite the woman, Yi Xian stood silently. After about 15 minutes, the woman suddenly said softly, "Come here." Yi Xian fell silent for a while before walking in front of the woman. Looking at Yi Xian, the woman's gaze gradually became somewhat infatuated. A moment later she said softly, "Do you hate me?" Yi Xian shook his head. Hearing this, more tears flowed down the woman's face. Hate meant that she still had feelings. But not hate pain. The woman felt a piercing pain in her heart. This pain was hundreds, no, thousands of times worse than the pain she had endured in the endless purgatory. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, "Don't cry." The woman looked at Yi Xian and shook her head. "I've let you and your sister down, it's me," Yi Xian suddenly said. "I hated you." The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, "When you left, my sister was only a few years old, and I was only 12. At that time, my sister almost starved to death. At that time, I especially hated you. I hated you for leaving us. If you hadn't left, my sister wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Speaking to there, he shook his head and said, "However, after that I thought about it. I knew that you wouldn't leave for no reason. But whenever I thought about how my little sister had suffered, I couldn't forgive you." The woman's tears continued to flow. "I'm sorry," Yi Xian suddenly said. "But now that I see you, all my hatred has disappeared. I don't know why either." The woman seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked, "Why are you here?" Yi Xian looked around and said, "My sister isn't here?" "My sister?" The woman was slightly startled. In the next moment her expression changed. "They captured Ling?" Yi Xian nodded. Hearing that, the woman's face turned cold. Yi Xian said, "If it's not here, then it should be at the Dugu family. I'll save you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his celestial spirit sword and was about to break the chains on the woman's body. However, the woman said, "It's useless." Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. Chi. The chain did not budge. The woman looked at Yi Xian and said softly, These chains are from the Avicii purgatory. Even a saint-grade treasure would find it difficult to damage them. Leave now and think of a way to save Xiaolinger. Go. Yi Xian said in his heart. Miss Jian, can you help me? Jian Zizai was silent for a moment, and then he said, You would have died a long time ago if I could. Let's look for the second floor. At this time, the great god on the second floor said, I can break it, but it will cause too much of a commotion. And now I can't make a move. Think carefully. Yi Xian was silent. Jian Zizai suddenly said, If you save her, it will definitely alarm the powerhouses of this world. At that time, you will be in a desperate situation. If you don't save her, you won't be able to bear it. Many times, a single thought can bring you two completely different lives. Yi Xian said softly, I know that many times, taking a step back can open up a whole new world. However, if someone bullies your wife and family, do you still have to retreat? Yi Xian, know when to advance and when to retreat. However, if anyone bullies my family, I will never retreat. There was a moment of silence. On the second floor, the great god suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The next moment, she clawed down towards Dugu Xian. Boom! The chains around Dugu Xian instantly shattered. However, the commotion was too great. Almost the entire 8th floor shook. After the chains broke, the great god on the second floor glanced at Yi Xian, and then returned to the World Prison Pagoda. Meanwhile, Dugu Xian went limp. Yi Xian hurriedly supported her. Dugu Xian grabbed Yi Xian's hand and said weakly, I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. You can go by yourself. If you take me with you, you won't be able to leave this prison. Yi Xian said softly, Let's try. As he said this, he supported Dugu Xian and walked up. Dugu Xian grabbed Yi Xian's arm tightly. Looking at Yi Xian, she smiled slightly. Even if I die now, it will be worth it. Yi Xian said, No, you and my sister won't die. Dugu Xian nodded. Just as she was about to speak, two old men appeared at the exit not far away. They were both peak origin realm experts. One of the old men frowned when he saw Dugu Xian and Yi Xian. He said coldly, Who are you? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished from beside Dugu Xian. In the next moment, there was a flash of light. Hiss! Before the old man could even react, he was cut in half by the light. The remaining old man was shocked. At that moment, he did not choose to fight. Instead, he chose to turn around and flee. How could he still dare to fight after killing an origin realm expert with a single strike? Flee! At this moment, a sword suddenly flew out from the sword box on Yi Xian's back. In the next moment, a streak of light pierced through the old man's back. Hiss! The old man was nailed to the ground. A sliver of surprise flashed through Dugu Xian's eyes as she stood beside Yi Xian. Xianer, you're already a great sword immortal? Yi Xian nodded. A smile appeared on Dugu Xian's face. Impressive. Just when Yi Xian was about to say something, another middle-aged man suddenly appeared nearby. Dugu Xian stopped Yi Xian, just when he was about to strike out. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, before looking at Dugu Xian. Mixed emotions filled his eyes. Dugu Xian said indifferently, Second brother, do you want to kill us as well? The middle-aged man shook his head. You won't be able to escape. The experts of the Dugu family, Gu family, and Yin family have already arrived. Dugu Xian turned to look at Yi Xian. You can enter silently, so you should be able to leave silently as well, right? Yi Xian nodded. Dugu Xian stared straight at Yi Xian. Leave here and find a way to save Xiaolinger. She looked at the middle-aged man. Is my daughter in the Dugu family? The middle-aged man nodded. In the Dugu family, they wanted to use her too. At this point, he looked at Yi Xian. Let him come to the Dugu family. Dugu Xian looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian suddenly said, Let's go. Dugu Xian held on to Yi Xian. She stared at Yi Xian, and was about to speak when Yi Xian said softly, Let's go. With that, he pulled Dugu Xian out. When he emerged from the infernal purgatory, there were already 3 Supreme Realm experts, and over 20 Peak Origin Realm experts at the entrance. Beside Yi Xian, Dugu Xian said softly, The elder on the left is from the Yin clan. The one on the right is from my Dugu clan. His name is Dugulai, and he's my third uncle. The one in the middle should be from the Gu clan, the #1 clan in the Heaven domain." Just then, Dugulai suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, "You're that vile spawn?" Yi Xian looked at Dugulai. The latter's face was cold, and just when he was about to speak, Yi Xian took a step forward and pointed his sword at Dugulai. "One-on-one! One-on-one!" Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Xian's words. Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm, yet he wanted to challenge a supreme realm expert to one-on-one? Dugulai was also slightly stunned. Clearly, he had never thought that Yi Xian would challenge him to one-on-one. After a moment of silence, Dugulai sneered. "One-on-one? Yi Xian, do you have the right?" Yi Xian smiled. In the next moment, he extended his finger, and the head of an origin realm expert behind Dugulai immediately flew off. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, especially the origin realm experts. When they looked at Yi Xian, a sliver of fear appeared in their eyes. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Dugulai. "Do I have the right?" Dugulai stared at Yi Xian. "Since you want to die, I'll give you what you want." With that, he grabbed at Yi Xian from afar with his right hand. With that, the space where Yi Xian resided directly began to distort. A powerful spatial force was about to mince Yi Xian to pieces. At this moment, a void character silently appeared on Yi Xian's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the space around him returned to normal. Dugulai and the other two immediately frowned when they saw this. They looked at each other, and a sliver of shock appeared in their eyes. It was impossible for void-piercing realm experts to recover space so easily. It was completely impossible. Dugulai looked at Yi Xian. Just when he was about to say something, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. In the next moment, a sword appeared above his head, and soon afterwards, a powerful strand of sword chi slashed down from above. Life or death decided by unsheathing the sword. Yi Xian did not hold back when he struck out. Nor did he dare to hold back, because he was facing a supreme realm expert. A supreme realm expert that was 2 whole realms higher than him. Dugulai sneered before Yi Xian and waved his hand. Boom! Yi Xian's attack was forcefully blocked, but Yi Xian roared out furiously. He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and pushed down. Bang! Dugulai took over a dozen steps back. Everyone looked at Yi Xian when they saw this. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A void-piercing realm expert had forced back a supreme realm expert? Dugulai was rather shocked. He had never thought that Yi Xian's battle prowess would be so terrifying. After all, Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm. Killing intent surged in Dugulai's eyes when he thought of this. He couldn't be allowed to live. Such a person was too monstrous. If he continued to grow, then the Duga family would definitely face a huge calamity in the future. The supreme realm expert from the Gu family narrowed his eyes. His gaze was calm, but he was constantly staring at Yi Xian, as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. The supreme realm expert from the Yin family had a smile on his face, an indescribable smile. Especially when he glanced at Dugulai and Dugulai, his smile grew wider. Meanwhile, Dugulai suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he did, the space around Yi Xian split apart. But in the next moment, the space around Yi Xian instantly returned to normal. Dugulai stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How exactly did you do that? With your current ability, it's impossible. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Dugulai. In the next moment, he held a seal and smashed it down towards Dugulai's head. The Earth God's seal. When Yi Xian smashed the Earth God's seal towards Dugulai, Jianzai's voice suddenly resounded. That's not how you use the seal. Chapter 402. Bang! As soon as Yi Xian's seal smashed down, it blasted Dugulai back explosively. He was pushed back over 30 meters. Everyone present was petrified when they saw this scene. He was pushed back. On the other hand, the 3 supreme stage experts looked at the seal in Yi Xian's hand. Obviously, they discovered the source of the problem. On the other hand, Dugulai stared fixedly at the seal in Yi Xian's hand before Yi Xian. What is that seal of yours? Yi Xian didn't answer Dugulai. Instead, he hurriedly asked in his heart. Miss Jian, how do I use this seal? Jian Zizai said. In order to activate it, you must first refine it. You haven't refined it, so you can't activate it. Yi Xian's face darkened. So you're saying that it's a piece of scrap metal now? Jian Zizai said. You can continue smashing it. Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, Dugulai suddenly said, Yi Xian, what is that thing in your hand? Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at Dugulai. Call me Dad. Dad. Dugulai frowned slightly. Dad. Yi Xian grinned. What a good son. Puffed. By Yi Xian's side, Dugu Xian couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, the expressions of some people in the surroundings were slightly strange. In the distance, Dugulai recovered from his shock. He just stared at Yi Xian with a calm expression. Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, let the old man see how capable a vile spawn like you is. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his hands together before him and pulled lightly. Hiss. The space before him was directly torn apart. Subsequently, a black stream of air suddenly flashed out from within, and the black stream of air instantly condensed into a black fist. Dugulai took a step forward and smashed out with his fist. Bang! The black fist was like a bolt of lightning as it smashed towards Yi Xian. Dark energy. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He dashed forward with his right hand holding the hilt of the sword at his waist. He suddenly drew the sword and slashed. Chi! A ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. Boom! The black fist was forced to stop on the spot by Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, Yi Xian's right hand pushed forward forcefully. Break! Boom! The black fist shattered with a loud bang. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Yi Xian. Boom! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. This time, he was sent flying for a distance of 1,000 feet. Yi Xian held the sword with both hands and thrust it forward. Only then did he stop. As for Dugulai, he was standing where he was previously standing. Dugulai coldly stared at Yi Xian. He opened his palm, and a powerful force condensed in it. Origin power. As more and more origin power gathered, the space around Dugulai began to tremble. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that Dugulai had yet to use his true strength. At the start, he was using the power of the void-piercing realm. Now he was using the power of the origin realm. Not daring to be careless, Yi Xian's right hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. At the same time, two sword intents surged into his sword like a tide. Seeing these two sword intents, the two Supreme Realm experts' eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Opposite Yi Xian, Dugulai stared at Yi Xian. In the next moment he suddenly disappeared. Following which, a powerful force of origin immediately after. A powerful origin power swept towards Yi Xian. The power swept towards Yi Xian. Wherever this power passed, the space immediately trembled. It was incomparably shocking. In the distance Yi Xian stomped his right foot. Bang! The ground beneath his feet directly cracked. At the same time, he charged forward and slashed down with his sword. Sword draw to decide life and death. The space in front of Yi Xian was directly shattered by this slash, and the origin power that Dugulai had released was directly shattered. However, Yi Xian was pushed back a few dozen meters. Yi Xian stopped, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Dugulai glanced at Yi Xian. You do have some ability. Yi Xian grinned. Come on, let's continue. Dugulai gazed at Yi Xian for a long time. In the end he glanced at the surroundings and said, Everyone, this is my Dugu family's matter. My Dugu family wishes to deal with it ourselves. As he spoke he looked at the two old men from the Gu family and Yin family. Brother Gu Tong, Brother Yin Jie, my Dugu family can deal with him ourselves. We don't need your help. The old man called Gu Tong smiled. Brother Dugu's words are incorrect. My Gu family and the Dugu family have been on good terms for generations. Now that the Dugu family is in trouble, how can my Gu family sit back and do nothing? The old man called Yin Jie also smiled. Brother Gu is right. Moreover, this person has trespassed into the endless purgatory, which is trespassing on my Yin family's territory. If Brother Lai cannot capture him, my Yin family will also take action. Hearing the two old men's words, Dugulai's expression instantly became somewhat gloomy. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. You want to send them away and take the treasure on me for yourself? That's not a bad idea. But it's a pity that they won't fall for it, haha. Dugulai looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, that thing on you belongs to my Duga family. Yi Xian smiled and said, From the Duga family? Just because you say it belongs to the Duga family, it belongs to the Duga family? Dugulai looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment he slightly nodded. Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, let's continue. As he spoke, he was about to make his move, but at this moment Duga Xian, who was not far away, suddenly blocked in front of Yi Xian. Duga Xian glanced at Dugulai, then turned to look at Yi Xian, and sent a voice transmission with profound energy. The Duga family has at least 2 Supreme Realm experts hidden in the dark. I will stop them later, and you will find a chance to leave. Understand? Yi Xian said softly. Can you beat them? Duga Xian smiled. I can. After you leave, I will come and find you. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. After I leave, you will die. Duga Xian looked at Yi Xian, and as she looked, she suddenly extended her hand and gently stroked Yi Xian's cheek. As long as you and Ling are alive, even if I die, it's nothing. Moreover, being able to see you again, Mother is already very satisfied. As she spoke, she turned to look at Dugulai, who was not far away. Third uncle, let me replace my son to fight with you. Is that okay? Dugulai sneered. If you were at your peak, your third uncle might be a little afraid of you. As for now, your primordial spirit is injured, and your strength is not even 30% of your peak. How will you fight with me? Duga Xian smiled. Won't we know after fighting? As she spoke, her right hand rotated slightly, and she was about to make her move. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled her hand. Duga Xian turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled. Let me do it. Duga Xian looked at Yi Xian, while Yi Xian walked towards Dugulai, who was not far away. Looking at Yi Xian's back, Duga Xian was a little lost. The youth in front of her had grown up. He was no longer the little guy who followed behind her every day with Yi Ling. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little heartache. All these years, what had happened between her and Yi Ling? This chapter is not over, please continue. What had he gone through? What had caused his personality to grow to such a state? In the distance, Yi Xian walked towards Dugulai. As he walked, a powerful sword aura suddenly exploded from him. The sword aura of a great sword immortal. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped 10 meters away from Dugulai. At this moment, the aura he had gathered had reached a peak. Dugulai looked at Yi Xian. I have to say that you really are a monster. Under the ultimate realm, there are very few people who can compare to you. It's a pity that your cultivation is too low. If you were at the origin realm, you might be able to fight the old man. Yi Xian smiled, and he stomped his right foot. Boom! A golden energy suddenly swept out from his body. In that instant, a powerful aura suddenly shook the surroundings, and everyone in the surroundings was forced back by this powerful aura. Invincible golden body. Yi Xian knew very well that if he wanted to kill Dugulai, then he had to reveal his trump card. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Dugulai, even if he had the celestial spirit sword. As soon as the invincible golden body appeared, Dugulai's expression instantly changed. Your aura. How is this possible? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and arrived above Dugulai's head. And in the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist down. Dugulai waved his right hand, and a powerful force surged out. Boom! As Yi Xian's fist smashed down, Dugulai's entire body directly retreated nearly 300 meters. Yan Jie and Gu Tong's expressions instantly changed when they witnessed this scene, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. What secret technique was that? After all, Dugulai was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. After sending Dugulai flying, Yi Xian didn't stop. His figure shook, and he turned into a ray of light that shot towards Dugulai. Fast. Extremely fast. When he arrived before Dugulai, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. After he used the invincible golden body, the might of this attack had increased by at least a few times. Dugulai's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this attack, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Yi Xian had truly shocked him too much. Just like this attack. It had completely exceeded the void-piercing realm. No, it had completely exceeded the origin realm. It could be said to have reached the supreme realm. The person who had used this attack was Yi Xian, a void-piercing realm expert. Dugulai didn't dare to be careless when facing this attack. He took a small step back, and then his right palm faced downwards. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his palm upwards. It was like space had turned upside down, and a spatial vortex instantly engulfed Yi Xian's attack. A moment of silence ensued. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded, and then countless rays of light shot out in all directions. At the same time, a figure shot backwards. It wasn't Yi Xian but Dugulai. The expressions of the others in the distance instantly changed when they saw this scene. After Dugulai stopped, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, was about to attack again. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Brother! It was Yi Ling's voice. Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and he turned around to look. A middle-aged man walked over with a chain in his hand, and within the chain was Yi Ling, who was wrapped in chains. Yi Xian's mind instantly went blank when he saw this. End of this chapter. Chapter 403. Pain. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his heart was being pierced by needles. His life's goal was to protect his sister, to let her live a good life, to let her live a carefree life. However, his sister had suffered all sorts of hardships time and time again. Hate. At this moment, he hated the Duga family, and hated himself for being useless. Kill. At this moment he wanted to kill. He wanted to kill everyone around him, and everyone in the Duga family. However, his expression was extremely calm, without the slightest fluctuation, because he knew that the more he cared about Ling the more danger she would be in. Next to Yi Xian, Duga Xian was also slightly taken aback when she saw Lil Ling In the next moment, her expression turned cold, and the murderous intent in her eyes seemed to materialize. The middle-aged man beside Yi Xian was the Duga family's patriarch, Duga Lian. Duga Lian glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. According to seniority, you should call me uncle. Yi Xian said softly. I've heard of the Duga family when I was in the northern region. The Duga family is one of the 3 great families in the heaven region. Don't you think it's beneath you to use a little girl as a hostage? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Duga Lian chuckled. Threaten? Little nephew, I have to admit that you're quite talented, as expected of the Duga family's bloodline. However, you think too highly of yourself. We don't want to use such methods against you. He looked at Duga Xian. My good sister, things didn't have to turn out like this. Unfortunately, you were stubborn back then. Do you regret it now? Duga Xian looked straight at Duga Lian. Never. Duga Lian, this is a matter between the Duga family and the Gu family. Let them go. Duga Lian shook his head. They can't live. As he spoke, he looked at Yin Jia and Gu Tong, who were not too far away. The two of you, this is a matter of my Duga family. Please don't get involved in this, okay? Gu Tong shook his head. This isn't just the Duga family's matter, it's the Gu family's matter too. What do you think, Lord Dugu? Duga Lian pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. With you here, we can show the Gu family the attitude of my Duga family towards them. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away. My good nephew, I won't waste any more time with you. Let's make a deal. Return the Duga family's treasure to me, and I'll let your sister go. How about it? Yi Xian chuckled. Do you think I'm stupid? If I gave it to you, you'd kill me right away, wouldn't you? Duga Lian looked straight at Yi Xian. If you don't give it to us, can't we take it? Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you think I will bring that thing with me when I come here? You're too naive. Duga Lian stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian continued, If I die, someone will immediately bring that treasure to the Weiyang Palace. At that time, I want to know if the Duga family will have the guts to go to the Weiyang Palace to ask for it. Lian smiled and said, "Are you threatening me?" Yixian shook his head. "Let's make a deal. Let the two of them go and I'll stay here. As long as the two of them leave safely, I'll give you that treasure with both hands." Lian smiled. "Do you think I'll believe you?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yiling, who was in the iron cage, and smiled. "Don't you care about your sister? I want to see if you really care about her." As his voice fell, his right hand grabbed at Yiling. In an instant, an electric current appeared in the iron cage. Chi 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 chi. Yiling's body suddenly trembled. Lian. In the distance, Yixian suddenly dashed forward, and a powerful sword light slashed towards Lian. Lian sneered and waved his right hand lightly. Boom! The sword light was directly crushed. At the same time, Yixian was shaken to the point that he was forced to retreat repeatedly. This time he retreated for more than 300 meters. When Yixian was pushed back, Xian suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, countless white lights engulfed Lian like a storm. Lian smiled coldly and pointed his finger forward. Wherever his finger landed, the space trembled like ripples on water. In an instant, the white light disappeared without a trace. At this time, Xian appeared in front of Lian. She was about to make a move when Lian lightly stomped his right foot. Pung! The surrounding space trembled violently. In an instant, Xian was pushed back hundreds of meters. Lian looked at Xian. "My good sister, if you were at your peak, I might be a little afraid of you. But now you're too weak." As he spoke, he looked at Yixian not far away. Just as he was about to speak, Yixian's expression suddenly turned savage. Clan. I will slaughter everyone in the clan. Everyone." As his voice landed, a golden armor appeared on his body. With the appearance of this armor, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the surroundings. And this was only the first piece. Soon, the entire god set appeared on Yixian's body. As soon as he put on the god set, Yixian's aura instantly changed dramatically. Everyone present was shocked. Even Lai and the other supreme experts were shocked. This was because the aura emitted from Yixian made their hearts palpitate. This aura had exceeded the supreme realm. Even Lian's expression turned solemn. At this moment, Yixian gave him a dangerous feeling. Extremely dangerous. In the distance, Yixian laughed savagely. "Die for this, daddy." As soon as he spoke, he lightly stomped his foot. Hiss! A ray of golden light flashed through the battlefield. Fast. So fast that no one could see it clearly. Lian's expression changed drastically, because he couldn't see it clearly either. By the time he reacted, a powerful aura had enveloped him. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted flying. This figure was Lian. As he retreated, Lian's body started to crack inch by inch. When he stopped, only his soul remained. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by this scene. The head of the clan Lian was defeated just like that? The mind of Lian, who had already turned into a soul, also went blank. He looked at Yixian in disbelief. What equipment is that?" At this moment, Yixian had already arrived in front of Yiling's iron cage. Looking at Yiling, who had already fainted in the iron cage, a powerful killing intent surged out of Yixian's body like tidal waves. "Kill." Yixian took a deep breath. "Take care of her." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and charged towards Lian. The expression of Lian, who was in soul form, turned grim when he witnessed this scene, and he retreated explosively. Meanwhile, Lai and 3 other experts of the clan obstructed Yixian's path. All of them were at the supreme realm. Yixian didn't waste his breath and just slashed down. At this moment, a mysterious power was gathering all over his body. When this sword slashed down, it was as if it was going to split the world in two. It was incomparably terrifying. The expressions of Lai and the others changed drastically. They didn't dare act carelessly, and they attacked in unison. 3 destructive forces slammed towards Yixian. However, as soon as Yixian slashed down, the 3 forces were instantly obliterated. At the same time, Lai's body was split in half, and not even his soul remained. The expressions of Gu Tong and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. and they started retreating. However, Yi Xian didn't stop there, and he continued charging at the two supreme realm experts of the Dugu clan. The two of them turned around and fled. However, Yi Xian's speed far surpassed theirs, and their heads flew into the air in an instant. Instant kill. Instant kill of a supreme realm expert. Everyone in the surroundings was horrified when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively. As for Dugu Lian, he'd fled a long time ago. Yi Xian turned around to look at Gu Tong and the others. The latter was about to speak when Yi Xian leaped up and slashed down. A golden ray of light descended from the sky. Unstoppable. That was the last thought in Gu Tong's mind. Hiss. Before anyone could react, Gu Tong's body was split in half, and his soul was obliterated. After he killed Gu Tong with a single strike of his sword, Yi Xian turned around and swung his sword, and a ray of light flashed through the surroundings. Hiss. 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 Over 20 Origin Realm experts in the surroundings were instantly killed by that attack. Not a single one of them had survived. There was only one person left, and it was Yin Jie from the Yin clan. Yi Xian looked at Yin Jie and was about to act. Yin Jie's face changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, "My friend, my Yin clan has no ill intentions towards you." Yi Xian held the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and he seemed to be hesitating. Yin Jie hurriedly said, "My friend, my Yin clan has no ill intentions towards you." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "I have no ill intentions towards the Yin clan either. You can leave." Yin Jie immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard that, and then he seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, "My friend, the Gu and Dugu clans won't let the matter rest this time. Be careful." He turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment after Yin Jie left, and then he walked over to Yi Ling and Dugu Xian. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Dugu Xian said, "Let's return to the infernal purgatory." Yi Xian gazed at Dugu Xian. "Why?" Dugu Xian replied, "We won't be able to go far. The Dugu clan and Gu clan won't let the matter rest. Moreover, you need to recuperate, right?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he nodded. "Then let's return to the infernal purgatory." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Ling and asked, "How is she?" Dugu Xian stroked Yi Ling's face lightly. "She's fine. Her soul was just slightly damaged." Yi Xian clenched his fist slowly. "I won't let the Dugu clan off." As soon as he finished speaking, he carried Yi Ling in his arms and walked towards the infernal purgatory. Dugu Xian hurriedly followed him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the 8th level of the infernal purgatory. As soon as they arrived at the 8th level, the god set on Yi Xian's body vanished, and then Yi Xian fell backwards. At the same time, Yi Xian's body started to tremble violently, and cracking sounds resounded incessantly from his body, as if it was about to collapse. Chapter 404. Backlash. Furthermore, it wasn't just one type of backlash. After all, using the invincible golden body would result in a backlash to begin with. Add that to the fact that he was wearing the god's dusk set, and those two types of backlash were extremely terrifying. Unbearable pain. This time, he was truly in unbearable pain. Not only was there a backlash on his body, but his mental power and soul were also suffering. That kind of feeling was truly enough to make him want to die. Beside Yi Xian, Dugu Xian's expression greatly changed. She promptly hugged Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's pained expression, tears once again flowed out of her eyes. She owed him. She naturally owed Yi Xian and Yi Ling. After all, she hadn't fulfilled her responsibility as a mother in the past few years. Especially now, because of her, the two of them had suffered an undeserved calamity. Looking at the two of them lying on the ground, Dugu Xian choked with sobs. Just like that, the two of them quietly lay in Dugu Xian's embrace. In a boundless starry sky, a woman in a simple dress was calmly walking. As she walked, she entered a pitch-black area. Within the pitch-black darkness, the woman in the simple dress was expressionlessly walking. After an unknown amount of time, the woman in the simple dress suddenly stopped. In front of her there was a door. The door of kindness was calmly floating there. Above the door there was a word Tao. When the woman reached the door, a voice came from inside. Stop. The woman in the simple dress raised her head and looked at the door. A voice came from inside. You reached this place with the body of a mortal. It's truly inconceivable. The woman in the simple dress looked at the door and softly said, The boundless universe is endless. On this journey, I've seen too many strange people and things. Tell me, is there an end to the universe? The voice from inside the door said, If you want to know if there is an end, you have to go to the fifth dimension. The woman in the simple dress shook her head. I don't want to go. The voice from inside the door said, Do you know that if you let go of that obsession in your heart, you will completely surpass this world and surpass the Tao? The woman faintly smiled. Tao. Longevity. As she spoke, she shook her head. Not even a strand of his hair. There was silence behind the door. The woman in the plain dress turned around and left. She seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly waved her right hand. A strand of sword light directly floated above the door. The woman in the plain dress slowly walked away. At the same time, her voice slowly floated over from afar. Not long after, the woman in the plain dress walked out of the pitch-black land. She raised her head and looked at the end of the starry sky. The disappearance of the two clones must have something to do with you. Where exactly are you? I can't suppress my realm any longer. After a while, she slowly disappeared into the endless starry sky. Endless purgatory. On the 8th floor, Yi Xian felt extremely dizzy and heavy. Are you awake? At this moment, a voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Duge Xian's voice. Yi Xian nodded and stood up. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, who was in Duge Xian's arms. Is she still not awake? Duge Xian shook her head. No, but she's fine now. Yi Xian gently hugged Yi Ling and softly said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Guilt. He was also filled with guilt towards Yi Ling. Guilt. This girl had never had a peaceful life since she was young. This was all because of his incompetence as her brother. At this moment, Duge Xian suddenly said, Xianer, have you already refined that treasure in the storage ring? Yi Xian nodded. It has already recognized me as its master. Duge Xian glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked. Duge Xian softly said, This is not an ordinary item. Its origin is extremely mysterious. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you to obtain it. Yi Xian solemnly said, You also don't know the origin of this item? Duge Xian shook her head. I obtained this item by chance. At this point, she didn't continue speaking. Seeing that she did not want to say more, Yi Xian did not continue asking about this matter. Duge Xian continued. Actually, if this item is in the hands of the Duge family, it will not be a good thing for the Duge family. There are too many people who covet this item. If it is in the hands of the Duge family would have been destroyed long ago. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, if it was not for the mysterious woman, he did not know how many times he would have died. This item was not something an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, Duge Xian looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly looked up. In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. The aura of an expert. Duge Xian solemnly said, They're here. Yi Xian's face darkened. I have not recovered from my injuries yet. Saying this, he turned his head and looked down. Go to the 9th floor. No. Duge Xian hurriedly said. You can't go to the 9th floor. Yi Xian was a little confused. Why? Duge Xian solemnly said. The 9th floor is a forbidden area. Even the top experts of the 3 aristocratic families do not dare to casually enter. Yi Xian solemnly said. Do you know what's down there? Duge Xian glanced at Yi Xian and softly said. I don't know. However, the 9th floor has always been a forbidden area among the 3 aristocratic families. Moreover, the 3 aristocratic families have strict orders that their clansmen are not allowed to enter the 9th floor. Yi Xian bitterly smiled. My injuries have not recovered yet. If I go out, I will definitely die. If I go down, there is still a chance of survival. Duge Xian was silent. Yi Xian softly said, Let's go down. We have no other choice. Duge Xian was silent for a moment before nodding. Just like that, the 3 of them arrived at the 9th floor. After entering the 9th floor, Yi Xian and Duge Xian were a little surprised. This was because the 9th floor was very quiet and empty. No. Yi Xian looked up and saw a little thing lying in a distant corner. This little thing was shaped like a dog and had 2 small tails. It was sleeping soundly at the moment. At first glance, it looked very cute. However, Yi Xian and Duge Xian were extremely vigilant. How could something that appeared on the 9th floor be simple? It's this beast. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Senior, do you know what it is?" Jian Zizai calmly said, "Don't provoke it." Yi Xian asked, "Is it dangerous?" Jian Zizai said, "It's more dangerous than the people outside." The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He hurriedly pulled Duge Xian to the other side, away from the little demonic beast. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, then took out a pile of purple fire crystals, and began to crazily devour them. Recover. What he needed to do now was to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Duge Xian sat quietly at the side with Yi Ling in her arms. She just looked at Yi Xian, and from time to time, she would look at Yi Ling with satisfaction in her eyes. On the 8th floor. At this moment, there were already 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses gathered here. The leader was an old man in linen. The old man held a long pitch-black walking stick in his hand, and at the top of the walking stick was a black snake, as thick as an arm. This person was the previous head of the Dugu family, Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng glanced at the entrance of the 9th floor and said softly, "He should have gone down." Behind Dugu Feng, an old man said in a low voice, "If he really went down, I'm afraid not even his bones would be left." Dugu Feng shook his head. "Not necessarily." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before asking again, "Is he really that monstrous?" The old man said in a low voice, "Although he used external objects, his own strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, his talent in the sword Dao is extremely high." When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued. "If I'm not wrong, he should have obtained the help of that precious treasure, which is why he has such accomplishments." Duge Feng nodded slightly. Without the help of that treasure, it would be impossible for him to have such accomplishments. "That treasure? My Duge family must obtain it," the old man said in a low voice. The Gu family and a few other powers should already know that Yi Xian possesses a precious treasure. Even though they haven't done anything yet, they definitely won't give up. At this moment, my Duge family has probably already fallen into a vortex. Duge Feng glanced at the old man. "Duge Ming, what are you trying to say?" The old man called Duge Ming fell silent for a moment before he said, "I think that my Duge family should withdraw from this matter now." Duge Feng frowned slightly. "Withdraw from this matter?" Duge Ming nodded. "If we give up on Yi Xian and stop for now, then those people in the dark will definitely be unable to sit still. They'll definitely act. And at that time, we'll be able to reap the benefits from the shadows. If we make a move now, then the ones to reap the benefits will be the others. Moreover, Yi Xian isn't a simple person. If we want to deal with him, we'll probably have to pay a price." Duge Feng shook his head. "We can't. If we stop and someone else makes a move, and that treasure falls into their hands, would we be able to take it back? It's currently in Yi Xian's hands, and Yi Xian has the blood of my Duge family flowing in his body. If we make a move, it'll be perfectly justifiable." Duge Ming still wanted to say something, but Duge Feng shook his head. "My Duge family cannot give up this treasure, even if we have to pay a price." Duge Ming sighed in a low voice. "Brother Feng, actually, there's no need for things to go to this extent. No matter what, Yi Xian is half a member of my Duge family. With such great talent, entering my Duge family is a good thing, isn't it?" Duge Feng laughed coldly. "A good thing? Can you guarantee that he won't destroy my Duge family after he matures? This kind of monster, if he's given 10 or 20 years at that time, who in my Duge family can stop him?" As he said this, he shook his head. "What you're thinking, I've thought of it. However, I don't dare to gamble. Moreover, if we let the siblings and Xian heir return to the Duge family, what would the Gu family think? At that time, we'll be in even more trouble." Duge Ming was silent for a while. Then he said, "If that's the case, then he must die." Dugafeng said softly. Almost die. As he said this, he looked down. You guys wait here. I'll personally make a trip down. Dugaming's face changed. Just as he was about to speak, Dugafeng shook his head. Don't worry. If I want to leave, there aren't many in this world that can stop me. As he said this, he walked down the 9th floor. P.S. Be a quiet, handsome man. Chapter 405. The 9th floor. As soon as Dugafeng walked down, he saw Yi Xian and his 2 sons. His gaze lingered on Duga Xian for a moment, but it quickly shifted to Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his expression was rather complicated, because the person before him was his grandson. Beside Yi Xian, Duga Xian stood up. She looked coldly at Dugafeng, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Dugafeng looked at Duga Xian and sighed slightly. Girl, if you hadn't stubbornly insisted on doing things your own way back then, would things have reached this stage? Duga Xian chuckled. Stubbornly insisted on doing things my own way? You knew that I already had someone I liked, yet you still wanted to betroth me to the Gu family. Did you ever care about my feelings? Dugafeng said in a low voice. As the eldest daughter of the clan leader, you are indebted to the clan. You should work hard for the clan. Duga Xian shook her head slightly. I, Duga Xian, have my own life to decide. Dugafeng stared at Duga Xian. You decide for yourself. Do you know that your decision back then nearly caused the entire clan to be consigned to eternal damnation? Duga Xian chuckled. The clan is weak. The Gu family can bully them however they want. Even if I were to marry over, it wouldn't change anything. The Gu family's ambition is great. So great that they won't give up just for a woman. Can't you see this? No, you should be able to see it clearly. You want to use me and delay as long as you can, right? Dugafeng's expression was cold. You don't want to marry into the Duga family. But what did that man give you? You've been imprisoned until now. Where is that man? Duga Xian said softly. He has never let me down. Dugafeng said coldly, stubborn. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Have him hand over that treasure, and I can spare the 3 of you from death. Duga Xian chuckled. Father, do you think I don't know your character? Whether Xian hands it over or not, you and the Duga family won't let him go, right? Dugafeng said coldly. He destroyed your brother's body. He even threatened to destroy my Duga family. This is your good son. Duga Xian shook her head slightly. Don't you know how the Duga family has treated them and me? Dugafeng said indifferently. So you're saying that we can't come to an agreement? Duga Xian was about to speak when Yi Xian stood up. What do you want to talk about? What is there to talk about? Dugafeng looked at Yi Xian. You want to destroy my Duga family? Yi Xian nodded. As long as I don't die, the Duga family will definitely perish. Haha. Dugafeng suddenly laughed. After laughing for a moment, he looked at Yi Xian and said, Destroy my Duga family? You. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared here. Dugafeng didn't see where Yi Xian was standing. He was standing in the direction of the little demonic beast. When that aura appeared, Yi Xian didn't even try to block it, and directly let it blast into his body. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying. However, the remaining aura blasted into the little demonic beast. However, the little demonic beast wasn't affected at all. Conversely, Dugafeng's aura vanished. Dugafeng was stunned. On the other hand, Yi Xian led Duga Xian and Yi Ling to the side cautiously. Meanwhile, the little demonic beast suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils were pitch black. The little demonic beast looked at Dugafeng. Dugafeng's expression instantly changed. His intuition told him that the demonic beast before him was extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Dugafeng stared fixedly at the demonic beast, and the demonic beast stared back at him. But it didn't take long for the demonic beast to close its eyes slowly. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this. Why isn't the demonic beast attacking? On the other hand, Dugafeng heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely fearful of this demonic beast of unknown origins, because he'd never been to the 9th level. Dugafeng turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. You're quite thoughtful. Unfortunately, it's useless. As he spoke, he clawed at Yi Xian from afar, and a strand of mysterious energy enveloped Yi Xian. He's strong. Yi Xian held tightly onto the hilt of the sword on his waist. Duge Feng's strength was countless times stronger than Duge Lian's. Perhaps he would be able to resist Duge Feng's attack if he utilized the invincible golden body or the god set. But in his current state, he was utterly incapable of resisting Duge Feng's attack. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to resist it even if he couldn't. Yi Xian took a step forward, and then he drew his sword and slashed down. Something instantly seemed as if it was being torn apart, and it was an ear-piercing sound. However, Yi Xian's sword wasn't able to reach its end before his figure was blasted flying and smashed against the wall. Duge Feng glanced at Yi Xian while killing intent surged explosively within his eyes. Monster! Even though he'd only exchanged a single blow with Yi Xian, he'd realized that it was just as Duge Ming had said. Yi Xian was truly too monstrous. Extremely monstrous. One had to know that under normal circumstances, a void-piercing realm powerhouse could be said to be like an ant in front of him. However, Yi Xian forcefully blocked his attack. He must die. If such a monstrous genius wasn't exterminated, he would definitely bring about endless disasters in the future. Even if the person before him was his own grandson. Duge Feng slowly clenched his right fist, and a powerful force instantly converged on it. Yi Xian was about to attack when Duge Xian blocked his path. Her delicate hands formed a strange seal, and in the next moment, a thin barrier appeared in front of him. At the same time, countless rays of white light suddenly converged within the barrier, and then they formed a tiny white vortex. The space in the surroundings started to tremble. Seeing this, Duge Feng furrowed his brows. Mysterious forbidden technique. Duge Xian ignored Duge Feng and turned to look at Yi Xian. Take your sister and leave. Leave the heaven realm. Leave this vortex of trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate hand lightly pointed at Yi Xian. In an instant, a light formation appeared beneath Yi Xian and his sister Yiling's feet. In the blink of an eye, the two siblings had already appeared outside the infernal hell. Outside, Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he directly carried his sister and went straight to the infernal hell. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice rang out. Why go back and die? Take your sister and leave. Concentrate on cultivating for 10 years. When you return, the Duge family and Gu family will all be fleeting clouds to you. Yi Xian said, they're already dead. What's the point of coming back and killing all these people? Jian Zizai said, what's the point of going back and dying now? Yi Xian said, at least I have a clear conscience. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already appeared on the 9th floor with his sister in his arms. At this moment, Duge Feng and Duge Xian, who were about to fight, were both stunned. Back again? Duge Xian looked at Yi Xian. Why did you come back? Yi Xian walked in front of Duge Xian and placed his sister in her arms. If you can live, then live. If you can't, it's fine. The three of us will die together. Duge Xian looked at Yi Xian for a long time. Finally, she smiled slightly. All right. If you can live, then live together. If you can't, the three of us will die together. Yi Xian turned to look at Duge Feng, who was not far away. The latter was staring at him. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the little monster not far away. At this moment, the little monster had already opened its eyes, and it was quietly watching them. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then formed a hand seal with both hands. Then he began to chant, the world is my eyes. With one eye, I can see the heavens. Inside the tower, Jian Zizai was speechless. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, there was actually no movement. Duge Feng looked at Yi Xian. No movement. You. As he said this, he suddenly turned his head to look at the little monster not far away. This was because the little monster had already stood up and was currently staring at Yi Xian. What was going on? Duge Feng frowned. At this moment, the little monster had already walked in front of Yi Xian. It just looked at Yi Xian. Who taught you? Its voice was a little sharp and hoarse, and it also had a mysterious fluctuation. Yi Xian said in a low voice, my master. Jian's eye was speechless. Master. The little monster stared at Yi Xian. Where is she? Yi Xian said in a low voice. I've already informed her. She should be here soon. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the little monster's expression instantly changed. It suddenly roared. Why did you call her over? As it said this, it took a few steps back. Yi Xian said in a low voice. I'm about to be beaten to death. Of course, I have to call someone to help. The small demonic beast suddenly turned its head to look at Dugufeng. Dugufeng's expression changed greatly. He was about to speak when the small demonic beast suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Dugufeng. Dugufeng's expression changed greatly. He never thought that the little demonic beast would suddenly attack. However, his reaction wasn't slow. The moment the little demonic beast attacked, he waved his right hand, and a wave of black light shot out. However, before the black light could even get close to the bloody mouth, it vanished into thin air. Dugufeng's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, causing his body to explode apart. After that, a black shadow floated out of the 9th level. He had abandoned his body to protect his soul. Dugufeng was very decisive. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This little monster's strength really is quite terrifying. The little monster stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You can tell her that she doesn't have to come. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. She might be on the verge of coming. The little monster's expression instantly became ferocious when it heard this. At the same time, a violent aura suddenly appeared here. Yi Xian hurriedly said, She won't come here once I leave. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that ancient and ruthless aura instantly disappeared. On the other hand, Yi Xian added, However, it's very dangerous outside. The little monster stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, They stay here while I head out. All right. The little monster's expression was slightly ferocious. You intend to use me to protect them? Yi Xian said. Yes. The little monster laughed coldly. Lowly human. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian spoke indifferently. My master Jian's eye said that if I die, then I'll definitely make all the living beings in the endless purgatory die with me. The little monster was speechless. Chapter 406. In front of Yi Xian, the little monster stared at Yi Xian. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, the human in front of it had angered it. But soon, the killing intent gradually disappeared. The little monster retreated to the side. Human, tell me, why did she accept a human as a disciple? Yi Xian said seriously. Because I am outstanding. Very, very outstanding. Inside the prison pagoda, Jian's eye's voice sounded. Please have some face. Yi Xian. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the little monster's eyelids twitched. She stared at Yi Xian for a long time, then retreated to a corner, and did not say anything. Yi Xian relaxed. He turned to Dugu Xian. Take good care of Ling. With that, he turned to leave. Dugu Xian suddenly grabbed his arm. You want to go to the Dugu family? Yi Xian nodded. Dugu Xian said in a low voice. Although the Dugu family's 2 family heads are seriously injured, the Dugu family's overall strength is still there. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Dugu Xian frowned. Then why are you still going? Yi Xian said softly. They beat my sister. With that, he turned to leave. Watching Yi Xian leave, Dugu Xian was stunned. Soon, Yi Xian quietly left the infernal purgatory. In the vast starry sky, Yi Xian glanced around. There were still some experts in the darkness. In the darkness, Yi Xian was silent for a moment. The next moment he suddenly disappeared. About 15 minutes later, more than 10 corpses appeared. These corpses had been sucked clean. Assassination. Facing the Dugu family, he naturally would not choose to fight recklessly. Since he could not win openly, he would use the dark. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared from the field. And not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the infernal purgatory. The black shadow glanced at the infernal purgatory and said softly, That tower has appeared. We have to inform the Holy Lord. With that, he turned around and disappeared. In the distant starry sky, there was a palace. Above the palace, there were 9 giant dragons soaring and circling. Weyang Palace. This was the #1 force in the never-ending star domain, the never-ending star palace. In the hall, a petite woman sat quietly. Not far from her, a black-robed man knelt. After an unknown period of time, the petite girl suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the black-robed man in front of her with an expressionless face. "Are you sure?" The black-robed man hurriedly said. "He has already arrived at the never-ending star zone." However, at this moment, the Dugu clan seems to be targeting him. Other than the Dugu clan, the Gu clan, the Yin clan, the Holy Land, and the northern and southern martial sects have all made their moves. At this point, he looked at the little girl and said, "Palace Master, this subordinate suggests that we should act immediately and seize that treasure." The little girl looked at the black-robed man. "My endless palace cannot participate in this matter." The black-robed man was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied, "Yes." With that, he quietly left. After the black-robed man left, the little girl slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, there was a figure that she could not get out of her mind. The Dugu clan. As one of the 3 great aristocratic families in the Heaven region, the Dugu clan was naturally famous in the entire Heaven region. Therefore, Yi Xian easily found out the location of the Dugu clan. Yu City. This Yu City was a subsidiary city of the Dugu clan, and the Dugu clan was in this Yu City. Yi Xian quietly snuck into the Yu City. On the streets he slowly walked. Jian Zizai suddenly said, "For your sister, you are willing to do anything?" Yi Xian said, "What do you want to say?" Jian Zizai smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to tell you that on your future path of the Great Tao, feelings will be your greatest burden, and also your greatest weakness." Yi Xian stopped and said softly, "Miss Jian, forgive me for being presumptuous, but if your mother can come back to life, are you willing to exchange your life's cultivation for her?" Jian Zizai fell silent. Yi Xian continued, "I, Yi Xian, am still alive. I want to become stronger. And I also want to see the prosperity of this world. I want to have the strength to destroy the world with a single sword strike. However, I hope that my friends and family are still around. If I don't have family and friends, so what if I am at the peak of the sword way?" After saying that, he walked into the distance. Jian Zizai said again, "Longevity and the Great Tao are really not that important to you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "They are important, but my sister is more important." As he said that, he raised his head and looked into the distance. "The Dugu clan captured my sister and beat her. I will make them pay 100 times the price." Jian Zizai said softly, "Sister doting demon." Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the Dugu clan's mansion. It was very big, like a palace. Looking at the Dugu clan's mansion, Yi Xian smiled slightly. In the next moment he disappeared. 15 minutes later, a corpse suddenly appeared in front of the Dugu clan's mansion. The Dugu clan was shocked. Not long after, 2 more corpses appeared in front of the Dugu clan's mansion. They were all people from the Dugu clan. At that moment, an old man appeared at the door. The old man coldly looked around, then stopped at the door and did not leave. However, not long after, another corpse appeared in front of the Dugu clan's mansion, not far from the old man. Seeing this, the old man's expression immediately changed. He was shocked. This was because he did not know how the corpse had appeared. Soon, the entire Dugu clan was shaken. Not long after, many experts appeared around the Dugu clan's mansion. In a large hall, Dugu Lian sat quietly. At that moment, he and his father Dugu Feng were both in soul form. The father and son were both sitting in the hall. It was not easy to form a physical body, so the 2 of them had not formed a physical body yet. Apart from the 2 of them, there were a few elders in the hall. At that moment, everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Someone is targeting the Dugu clan. At this moment, an old man suddenly said with a heavy voice, "And even now, we still don't know who it is." Dugu Feng suddenly said with a heavy voice, "Our Dugu clan hasn't had any opponents recently. Is it that Yi Xian?" Below, the old man shook his head. "That's not very likely. His strength is not bad, but he's not that powerful." Dugu Feng said softly, If it's not him, then who is it? The old man said with a heavy voice. No matter who it is, he's currently targeting our Duga clan. We need to find him. Just when Duga Fong was about to say something, a guard suddenly ran in. Everyone looked at the guard, who said rather frantically, Patriarch, there are over a dozen more corpses outside. Most of them are Origin Realm experts. They were all killed with a single strike. His methods were clean and efficient. It's him. At this moment, Duga Lian suddenly said, It's him. Everyone looked at Duga Lian, who smiled viciously. I've seen that little bastard's expression before. He's a vicious person. He said he wanted to destroy our Duga clan. Now he's here. Duga Fong said with a heavy voice. It's impossible for him to have such strength. Duga Lian smiled and said, Father, that supreme treasure is with him. With that supreme treasure, anything is possible. Duga Fong fell silent. Below, the old man stood up. If it really is him, then there might be more than one person behind him. Now he has come without a trace. We can't stop him at all. Duga Lian said, Bring out all the shadows. I refuse to believe that he won't give himself away at all. Very soon, all the experts of the Duga clan moved out. The surroundings of the Duga clan were filled with guards. Not only were there openly, but there were many hidden as well. After so many experts appeared, no more people from the Duga clan died. Outside the Duga clan, in a corner of a street, Yi Xian held his sword with both hands as he silently leaned against the wall. Jian Zizai suddenly asked, You're not going to do anything? Yi Xian said indifferently, There's no rush. It's only interesting to kill this person slowly. Jian Zizai said with a smile, Actually, Yi Xian, there are many times when I quite admire you. I like that you always take revenge. Yi Xian said indifferently, Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Jian Zizai said, Can't I kill you just because I admire you? Yi Xian was speechless. Jian Zizai suddenly said, Do you know what the little monster on the 9th floor is? Yi Xian shook his head. It seems to be very afraid of you. Jian Zizai said indifferently, Do you know why it's so weak? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. How could it be weak? Jian Zizai said again, It's because I forcibly scattered its primordial spirit back then. Otherwise, with its strength, this infernal purgatory might not be able to trap it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Jian, did you really destroy the entire god race? Jian Zizai was silent for a moment, then said, The destruction of the god race doesn't have much to do with me. I only killed a few people from the god race. What really destroyed the god race was their arrogance. Their incomparable arrogance. Yi Xian thought for a moment then said, Among the races you know which one is the strongest? Jian Zizai said, It should be the legendary ancient people. Ancient people? Yi Xian slightly frowned. Jian Zizai said, A race that once wanted to attack the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, for some reason, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. They either fought their way into the 5th dimension, or they were completely wiped out. Yi Xian said softly, Can't we enter the 5th dimension? Jian Zizai said indifferently, You're lucky because you have the highest chance of entering. Of course, that's if you can survive. After saying this, she paused for a moment then said, I've always been curious as to why this broken pagoda would appear in the 4th dimension. Yi Xian sternly said, I think it came for me. Haha. Jian Zizai suddenly laughed. After laughing for a moment she said, Yi Xian, Yi Xian, your skin is really the thickest in the entire universe. Yi Xian was speechless. One day later, Yi Xian disappeared from a corner. When he reappeared, he was already in the Dugu family's residence. Not long after, corpses of experts appeared in the Dugu family's residence. All of these corpses had their throats slit. Duga Fong appeared in the sky above the Duga family's residence. He coldly looked around. Yi Xian, what kind of man are you to plot against people behind their backs? If you have the ability, then come out. There was no response. At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared in a large hall. In front of him was Duga Lian. At this moment, Duga Lian was looking at Yi Xian in fear. A sword was pressed against Duga Lian's neck. Duga Lian forced himself to calm down. Yi Xian, Yi Xian grinned. Good uncle. Nephew will send you on your way. As his voice fell, he slashed down with his sword. Qi. Dougal Lian's soul directly disappeared. But Yi Xian's complexion greatly changed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.